Okay, welcome. The meeting time is 6 o'clock, and so be noted on the schedule. So the meeting is streamlined on the village website. The public can also participate via Zoom. Instructions and overall public participation guidance is listed on the website and on page 5 of the meeting packet. The Village of Los Ranchos is providing the ability for the public to participate in hybrid meetings. As with any application, digital service, or software, the opportunities for failure can occur. Therefore, the village is not responsible for the inability to connect to the meeting, either by the Zoom meeting link or viewing via live stream. The meeting video and audio is recorded and will be available online after the meeting on the village website. Roll call, Trustee Benavides.
Here.
Trustee Kiefer.
Here.
Trustee Radnovich.
Here.
Trustee Rhino here. Okay. Let's please stand for the pledge. The color is gone. Present the colors, please. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You can be seated. Oops, sorry. No, I didn't. Sorry. So, gentlemen. Scouts, okay. It's been a long time. Right up here, sir. Right over here.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So we'd all like to meet you. So can you tell us your name and a little bit about what you're doing in Scouts? Okay. Sure, do you want to start? You can face the audience if you want.
And if you don't want, you can.
If you don't want,
us.
you know. Would you like to? Yeah. Okay. You sure you don't want to try? Okay. Well, thank you very much. Excellent, thank you. You guys can proceed to the back then. Okay. So is there a motion then to approve or amend the agenda?
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'd like to make I'd like to make a motion to amend. And that would be to move up the financial report from Tammy Silva before we do department reports. Okay.
I'll second that.
The second? Okay. So the roll call again, Trustee Benavides?
Yes, on the amended agenda.
Okay. Trustee Kiefer?
Yes, on the amended agenda.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rhino, yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So this is now an opportunity for general public comment. Participants willing to speak on topics that do not appear on the agenda will be given 3 minutes, for discussion. No action can occur on these items. If you have questions, please feel free to contact staff during business hours. So Danielle? Can we have the list? Can you give us the list, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, trustees. Our first individual is Linda McKee. If you would, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Linda McKee, 749 Chavis Road Northwest, Los Ranchos. Thank you. I would like to urge the village residents and the Board of Trustees not to settle for the palindrome monstrosity being forced upon us. The Friends of Los Ranchos were victorious in their open meeting lawsuit against the village, clearly demonstrating that the village administration failed to follow proper procedures. However, the victory should not stop there. It is imperative that we take further action to stop the construction of the development that does not align with the desires and best interests of the village. The violation of the Open Meetings Act is not just a procedural misstep, it is a blatant disregard for the will of the people. We should not be bullied into accepting a project that was negotiated without our input and in violation of the Open Meetings Act. There are some who want us to believe what I call the big lie, that we knew about the project from the beginning. Initially, the project was envisioned as a 2-story village center with senior housing. When Palindrome couldn't secure the financing or make enough profit with that design, it morphed into the monstrosity we see today. Palindrome, a major developer, should have known that the proper process for getting their project approved was through the Board of Trustee approval and not via some village administrator. They may have followed the village's lead, but that does not absolve them from being part of a flawed and secretive process. A contract signed under these circumstances without proper public consultation and oversight lacks legitimacy. The money already spent by Palindrome does not justify continuing a project that most of the residents oppose. Rather than accepting this as a sunk cost, we should challenge the very premise that our village's future should be determined by financial pressures rather than the will of its residents. Instead of blaming residents for feeling blindsided, let's acknowledge the legitimate concerns and fight to ensure that our village remains semi-rural and respects the voice of the people. I urge everyone to stay the course and continue demanding that this monstrosity be demolished, or at the very least, redesigned into something that fits with the character of the village. Together, we can ensure that our village remains true to our values and vision. Let's keep Los Ranchos rural.
Thank you. Greg Solov, I'm sorry. Please approach the podium and state your name, address for the record.
I'm Greg Solov, 1603 Narcissa Court. I gotta get something off my chest. It follows on very well with what was just spoken. I'll call this the inconvenient truth. For years, the emphasis of the village has been to keep the feeling of being rural with small town local businesses. The speed limit was decreased on Rio Grande. 4th Street was beautified and restricted to 1 lane in each direction. In record time, high-density, multi-level buildings have sprouted up at 4th and Osuna. There had been little to no notice ahead of this, nor any request for public input. After construction started, we found out the land had practically been given to the developer. Now we have several nearly completed, ugly 3-story buildings right at the lot line. At least 30% of the occupants will be sponsored by the government, mostly non-paying and unemployed. We've recently seen the developer claim tenants will be nurses, firemen, and the like. Unlikely, since the max income for a family of 4 is $43,200. Who's going to want to live there? Speaking of that, what kind of businesses will want to co-occupy with Section 8 housing, marijuana sales, and tattoo parlors? What quality hotel will co-locate with Section 8 housing? I'll tell you what's in store for the village. Go take a stroll down East Central some evening. Thank you, Don Lopez, for trashing our village.
Ms. Gordine McKenzie. Gordine McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail, Northwest. I'm concerned with some of the rhetoric that is born out of fear. And that fear is that if we don't cater to a developer who continues to bully administration and members of the village, then something terrible will happen and we'll fall into peril. Fear never lets us really act, but freezes us. And I think we need to have hope. But before we can have hope, we have to realize that the village is being bullied, that the residents are being misnamed as against the poor or as against affordable housing. We're not against that, but rather what the case was that it was a violation that the village, the former administration, violated state statutes and municipal ordinances. And all we asked for is accounting. The rhetoric that we're getting is that Palindrome is a victim. Palindrome is not a victim. They were fully aware of what went on. I am concerned that we follow the flow of money, and that includes getting DOT funds to further urbanize the village. If we keep blacktopping the village, we increase the heat in the village. In Arizona, they're doing things like putting in, instead of blacktop and asphalt, they're putting in gray to try to reduce the type of heat. We know that New Mexico has really heated up. But again, I want to urge, don't be guided by fear in votes, but instead, let's have hope, and let's not let the developers bully the administration or the residents. Thank you. Ms. Nancy Nangeroni? Thank you. JT Michelson?
Trustees, J.T. Michelson, 56-year resident at 5001 Rio Grande Boulevard. I want to thank the trustees for their listening to all of the input from different members of the village. I think is very important. However, I'm opposed to seeking the village seeking the injunction against the project. It's been looked at for a number of years. It's been approved. I know there are one or two things that aren't, but there's been 20 some odd years of it. I know you all want to listen to everyone. I just wanted to let you know, thank you, and thank you for the job you're doing.
Thank you. Ms. Penny Remby?
Well, it used to be fun to come to village meetings. I'm not sure about this tonight. My name is Penny Remby. I live at 4903 Rio Grande Boulevard, Northwest. Am I supposed to say something else there? Nope. Okay. You know, I moved to the village 47 years ago. I was a trustee. I worked for the village of the Lavender in the village. There's so many of you here I've worked with in different phases. And it was always fun and pleasant and a wonderful place to be. And it hasn't been lately. So that's why I got involved to come to the meeting tonight. To me, I had never met Frank before, and Jennifer, we still haven't met. But I just hate the idea that we call the Palindrome project a monstrosity. Because we were informed about what it was going to be. It followed everything that he said he would do. So I just think that's unfair. And we haven't catered to the developer. He did everything that the village asked him to do. He worked with the village. He likes being here in the village. He's excited to do this project. So I think that we're misrepresenting his intentions. Did Palindrome really do anything wrong? I don't think they did. If you look at what they went through and each and everything that they passed, they answered that. So I just feel like we need to slow down, back up, and get together and settle this before we go into a problem with the county and losing the bond. If we lose that, then the potential for the village is it's gone. It'll be through. So I think people really need to think about that and how important it is to work together. So thank you.
Thank you. Julia Mummer.
Hi, you can hear me okay? Hi, I'm Julia Mummert. I live at 330 Vineyard Road Northwest. I've lived there about 20 years. I hope I'm speaking at the appropriate time. I mostly want to first address the traffic studies and the plans with what is going on at 4th and Osuna, and I do think it's not pleasant. I won't go so far to say a monstrosity, but I don't like it. But specifically at 4th and Vineyard, that intersection, my husband spoke at the last meeting, that intersection, and I don't even know if you call it an intersection, if somebody came through on a wheelchair, that's a hot mess right there. I mean, a wheelchair would have a very hard time navigating across, say, from the Speedway gas station to Dion's, and that needs to be addressed. It also makes it really easy for big trucks, delivery trucks that should not be going down our residential roads, to turn and use Vineyard as a cut-through street. And that's, I feel, unacceptable. They should be using Montano. They can't use Osuna because it clearly now has a sign on southbound 4th that says they can't turn on Osuna. So I know that's going to be a presentation in a while, and I'm very eager to hear if Vineyard is even addressed in that study. When we saw it several months ago, Vineyard was not part, we didn't see it as being part of the plans. Moving on to something else, the CAC, I apologize, I don't exactly remember what that acronym is for. I think it's Citizens Action Committee or something to that effect. And I am super grateful for the time that like Hank and Robert and so many other people put into that. And it seemed like it kind of hit a big stop or a big dead end at our last meeting because it was a tie between the four of you. So my question is, where do we go from there with that CAC? And is it, because I think they did great work and I think they need to continue, but also what goes forward with you guys have a tie like that? Is that a dead end? Is that a done deal? Is it essentially a no instead of a yes because there's not been a clear majority? And then finally, the last administration, the couple times when I did try to make meetings, when they took a break, if they gave a clear time to come back from a break, and I know this is really nitpicky, but it makes it so we're not taking breaks for 20 minutes instead of 5. And, I wanted to stay here for all last meeting, but we got to go to work tomorrow. And so it'd be nice if the breaks were so we can get out. And so for those of us who want to be here and try to attend as long as possible can be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jim Schul.
Hi, my name is Jim Shaw. I live at 8425 Guadalupe Trail. I own some businesses along 4th Street, and I'm very concerned. People mentioned fear. Fear is not accurate. I think it's reality that if we lose a huge judgment to fight this, to my knowledge, the village only really has any assets would be their open space. And so if there was a huge judgment and we had to start liquidating stuff, that would be probably the Anderson Farms that we just got. That'll be sold to a developer. There'll be homes on it. Maybe the Agri Center's got to be sold. That'll have homes on it. Maybe the open space next Paseo. If we have to come up with cash, unless you guys can't give any idea of who's going to pay that off. And then talk about attorney's fees. We spent almost $2 million fighting the Montano Bridge. Well, I just drove across it the other day and it seems to be completely fine. There's like certain battles, that property has been zoned commercial for forever. But it was in, the VC zone was established in, over like 20 years ago. It was designated as a like metropolitan, I'm gonna screw this up, but center area, like in 2007. So it's been in the works for a long time. Yes, do I like the way it looks right now? No, but am I willing to lose all that I've worked hard for, like multiple businesses and see the village have a huge judgment against them, have to start cutting staff? I enjoy that they're trimming the trees and the bushes and they're going to continue with the 4th Street project and stuff, but to have that in like budget, this village is really busy now anyway. And how much, how many like manpower hours are going to be diverted to fight this thing? It's the village made the mistake. Paladone didn't make a mistake. The village made a mistake. So we're suing the village because we made a bad mistake before, but it's not your guys' money. It's our money. It's the village residents. It's the people that have invested property, that own commercial property and are improving that property that's going to have to pay for this huge gamble. If the people that are hardcore, if they want in this fight, put your houses up. Go get a mortgage and put that money in there. And if you want to be all in, and if there is a judgment, then you're all in at that point. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Nancy Haynes.
Nancy Haynes, 1421 Bonito Sueños Court Northwest. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, I have been a resident of Los Ranchos for over 31 years and have served as treasurer of this village under the mayors Stowers, Abraham, and Lopez for over 16 years before retiring in 2020. I love this village, and I'm very concerned about the potential outcome of the Village Center project. There are so many stories, opinions, misinformation, misunderstandings, and questions that can create a potential disaster of an outcome unless we come together with valid facts, acceptance of accountabilities, and compromises. I am not saying that I agree or disagree with the design, the magnitude of the buildings, or even the total concept. What I disagree with is any talk that the buildings should be torn down and therefore place the village in a very dangerous outcome that could cause bankruptcy and dissolution of the village government. We do not have insurance that would cover potential outcomes not in favor of the village. The county has invested $25 million in this project, and I would guess that it would be totally opposed to this action. Our relationship with the county would also be damaged. Nothing is ever perfect in a project of this size. We all make mistakes. Let's listen to the voices of reason, the voices of true and valid information, and let's consider compromise as we go forward for the benefit of the residents of the village. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gwen Baldwin.
Gwen Baldwin, 435 El Paraiso Road Northwest. Mayor Pro Tem and trustees, while we have very talented staff at the village, there is a lot of work, especially policy and project work, that is done by volunteers such as yourself, the Planning and Zoning Commission that I serve on, or the various citizens advisory committees that are formed and spend months working through ideas, perspectives, disagreements in public meetings until they produce recommendations that must also work their way through the P&Z Commission and finally to you, the Board of Trustees, again, all in public meetings. Candidly, it was a bit disheartening to watch last month's trustee meeting and the rejection of simply advertising the conservation area ordinance, a step that would maximize engagement and awareness of a challenging issue for a future board vote. Let me be clear. I know the final decision on any ordinance rests with you, and each of you will need to consider the issues and recommendations before you when a vote is scheduled. The board is no rubber stamp. At the same time, the village has invested a considerable amount of time and energy that appears to be entirely dismissed at the meeting last month. A volunteer citizens advisory committee was formed with a wide range of opinions, and over many months of meetings, they developed a proposal for a conservation area ordinance in better alignment with the village master plan and citizens' concerns. That proposal was presented at P&Z. We heard from both concerned and supportive citizens in public comment and testimony. Commissioners asked plenty of tough questions about how things would work on the ground and unintended consequences. And at the end of that discussion, the P&Z Commission voted unanimously to recommend the proposal with additional conditions to the Board of Trustees. The village is wise to give extra effort to outreach and awareness with advertising the conservation area before there's a board vote, but putting off the vote even to advertise in favor of what appears to be an entirely new process is frustrating, given all the involvement to date. I urge that future CACs and policy processes be set up so that the investment of time, creativity, and commitment to the village is supported through to the board's consideration of their work. Last, and changing topics slightly, I'm looking forward to working with our new planning director, and I'm deeply appreciative that Administrator Avila is looking to establish a process for ordinance updates that engages the P&Z Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shalene Smith?
Shalene Smith, 6506 Rio Grande Boulevard. Thank you so much for this opportunity to come and visit in front of you for a few minutes. I wanted to start by just saying that I think reality check here, the developers are not bullying the administration or the Board of Trustees or residents. We hired the developers to do a project as a village, and I think that there are other people, some of those people are in this room tonight, who bully people by being loud and aggressive at meetings. I've seen some really shameful behavior, and I don't know why it's allowed to happen, but having booing and people making comments that are inappropriate, I don't know why that's allowed, but it's not appropriate. And that's bullying. People who are here to say good things and be respectful, that's the way that we should handle these meetings. That being said, I am in favor of the palindrome project going forward. I understand that there's a proposal to have some public meetings. I think that's a wonderful idea. And I know for a fact that palindrome is agreeable to making concessions and coming to the table and trying to find a path forward that satisfies the residents of the village. And that means all the residents, not just Friends of Los Ranchos. So I think that it's important that all the voices are heard. And I believe that when we hear more people speaking, just as I am tonight, and a number of other people, that we're gonna find there's a lot of residents who are in favor of the village moving forward with the palindrome project. And they know that financially, that's probably the best option. In fact, it is the best option for the village. Before my time's up, I also want to just mention that it is a shame that our conservation area ordinance is not on the agenda. I can't tell you how upsetting this is. We had an excellent list of people who were participating in that group, the Citizens Advisory Committee. 2 of them are sitting right here. You had 2 Board of Trustee members. You had members from the Friends of Los Ranchos, Hank Kelly, Robert Chavez, Drew Seavey, who was a former chairman of the Planning Commission, Sarah Cobb, Ray Savetic. We had Maida Rubin, who was at the time the village planner. We had a really solid group of people who spent well over a year with a couple of meetings per month and many emails going back and forth to help craft that. And we got into so many details. We spent so much time doing math to try to come up with the right formulas. We spoke to a number of people who were in banking and development to try to come up to the right ordinance. And to have you guys just sort of set it off to the side without it even being considered is, I can't even understand how that can happen. We put a lot of work into it. And I would hope that you would reconsider the moratorium. It's an excellent ordinance and it would benefit the village greatly. I think a lot of people would appreciate it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ronald Tafoya.
Tafoya, live at 6738 Elwood Drive. I've been in real estate for almost 30 years, working for different banks. Something is very wrong here. I sent an email to the trustees the other day requesting that they look into an investigation by the FBI. The FBI has a special unit, and that's all they do, because this is not an uncommon problem. So if the board or whoever you guys decide not to do it, then the option is to do a petition by the people and see what is going on here. If nothing was done, there's no worries. But if things were done that you don't know about, at least you have the proof of it through them. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mary Homan.
Good evening, Mary Homan, 7318 4th Street Northwest. Currently, I'm the Planning and Zoning Commission Chairman, and I'm a 16-year past trustee. This is actually my 5th year on the Planning and Zoning Commission over 2 different periods. I'm really dismayed at last month's meeting with the lack of approval to just advertise Ordinance 299. And I'm dismayed with the lack of understanding of what you were tasked with doing or asked to do. As it's been stated, the CAC had met for over a year. It had broad representation across the village from professionals in real estate, across just different people across the village as far as interests and professions and representation. So it was highly vetted. It did come to the Planning and Zoning Commission, where we heard further input from the village residents. We made additional recommendations and sent it up to you. And that was simply for advertising. In case you don't understand what that was tasked to do, it was advertised, which would allow then people to see it in the paper, online, and they would have the ability to come back over 1 or more meetings giving you further input. But now we've delayed that project or that action. So we need to go forward with that, and I just emphasize and urge you to please put that on your agenda next month so we can go forward with it. You know, it doesn't mean that you're giving it a rubber stamp. It doesn't mean that you're going to necessarily approve it, but you will be hearing further input and making a qualified judgment on where to go on behalf of the village. My other information that I want to share with you is a concern for the split decisions that I see and most of us see that may go forward on a number of topics. It further emphasizes the divide within our village. We did see last month that there were a number of proposals that were approved, but they were more of celebratory actions. Some of the meat of the decisions that need to be made are difficult, and that's where we kept seeing the split. And certainly the business of the village cannot come to a full standstill until we get some kind of a workaround, an agreement to cooperate with each other, to bring in perhaps mediation if we need to, or more importantly, come to a conclusion on who we can bring forward as a mayor so that we will have a dividing decision that will help with all those divides. Anyhow, I just urge you to think
The
twice.
speaker's time has expired.
Thank you. I just urge you to please go forward with the business of the village and try to help bring us all back together again.
Thank you. Ms. Drill?
Hi, I'm Drew Talia Pietra, 312 Nueva Hacienda Lane, Northwest. I'm totally changing topics. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees and neighbors. I would like to see the village rename Paseo del Norte Open Space to Mayor Joe Craig Memorial Open Space. I think Joe did more in this village for open space than anyone I know. I think this would be a great remembrance of him. Next, what will the village do about the now exceeding speed on 4th Street? We have the 25-mile-per-hour signs posted, but they might as well be invisible. Are we still looking into speed vans? Mayor Craig and Trustee Benavides thought they would curb some speeding issues in the village. We need to do something soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, that concludes public comment.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is with Maria Rinaldi.
Good evening, Mayor, trustees. I just want to give a quick introduction to the presentation on the current comprehensive transportation analysis that Parametrics will be providing in just a few moments. The village entered into a professional services agreement with Parametrics as our professional engineer in March of 2023 in partnership through the Mid-Region Council of Governments in the amount of about $65,000 for a phase 1 existing conditions for a comprehensive transportation study. The RFP was a result of Board of Trustees discussions concerning potential negative impacts on the village transportation system resulting from proposed and future developments as allowed by existing ordinance. The scope of this agreement included data collection, assembly, public outreach, operational assessment, and other transportation issues such as speed, crash and safety analysis, and estimating traffic origin and destination volumes. What is coming through as commuter traffic and what is local circulation. Parametrics has completed the final report for this scope, and they're presenting tonight for what the data shows and also for consideration of next steps. And I believe that the presenter from Parametrics, Dave Pennington, will be coming in online to do a remote presentation.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I assume someone there will be handling the slideshow, the presentation that we put together?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. If you can go ahead and open that up. And first off, my apologies for not being able to present in person tonight. I was tested positive for COVID a couple of days ago, and rather than risk exposing everyone, I felt it was best if I did this remotely. So my apologies for that. We have a lot of information to cover. I will not go into too many details because it will take much longer than I think the time you have available. So I'm going to give you a high-level view The report has all the information in it, and I think you can, it will answer most of your questions, but I'll be happy to stand for any questions that you or others may have today. So if you can go to the first slide, please. Okay, thank you. I think Maria did a very good job of summarizing the types of information that we investigated and what we'll be covering tonight. So next slide. One of the things that's always important in a study like this is public input, and we did obtain public comment on portions of this study. We did this by participating in community events, and we also circulated an online survey. We had about 220 or so responses. Next slide. Okay, we can skip this. And next slide, please. Okay, one of the things, I mean, this shouldn't be too surprising. A lot of the themes that we saw in the comments are very similar to what we're hearing tonight and in other meetings. A lot of concern about traffic congestion, in particular on a few locations. The concern about increased traffic from new development, through traffic, cut through traffic, speeding, and lack of bicycle and pedestrian facilities. Kind of as a side note on this, one of the things that we found that were very interesting that I think is of value to the village is that there's a significant percent of residents rely on walking and bicycling for work, school, and recreation activities. And in this case, I refer to recreation really as more going to shops, going to microbrews and those sorts of things. You also have a very high percentage of people that stay within the village to do their shopping. This figure that you see on the screen really shows you the locations of all the comments that we received. And you can see it's very much focused on Chavis, Osuna, and 4th Street with a few other comments scattered throughout. Next slide, please. Traffic is at the base for everything that we did. So at the onset of the study, we did do quite comprehensive traffic counts. We focused this on major routes. We couldn't possibly look at every roadway within the village. I know there was a comment earlier tonight about Vineyard. We did not look at Vineyard. You know, that's not listed as one of the major routes we've looked at. So our analysis really focused on the major routes and the major intersections. What we found in this, and essentially what it developed, is a traffic flow map for the village that gives you an idea of what type of traffic volumes and the fleet mix that you see on the street is very consistent with a rural community, such, like you have. There weren't any areas where you had excessive truck use that wasn't appropriate for the village, serving some of the commercial and construction uses. Next slide. One of the things we did that's a little bit unique for this is we, instead of doing traffic counts on the ground, we used aerial drones. And we did this specifically so that we could help people visualize what a particular congestion level was, or a level of service that you may refer to. And we did count some at all the locations that you can see on this screen here. Next slide. We also forecasted future volumes. The transportation planning approach is always to look at existing and 20-year horizon forecasts. What we found is you have significant growth expected for several north-south roads, in particular Rio Grande Boulevard, 4th Street, and 2nd Street. That shouldn't be a surprise. You're surrounded by a much larger metropolitan area, and all of those routes are used as commuter routes through the village. Next slide. We looked at we did intersection operations analysis to calculate level of service. And level of service is a term that traffic engineers use just to represent operating conditions. And it's A, B, C, D, E, and F, and they're very similar to what you remember in school. They have a very similar meeting. Typically, within a rural community, level of service C is considered acceptable. It also, because you're right at the fringe of a metropolitan area, level of service D can be considered acceptable as well in certain locations. What our analysis of these intersections that you see on the map showed was that all of the intersections within the village currently operate at level of service C or better. So it's at a level that you would desire. Of course, you could always want it to operate much better, but level of service C is acceptable. There's a few particular movements, and when I say movement, I mean a left turn, a right turn, a through movement. A few operate at level of service D, but the overall intersections operate at LOSC. Next slide. And this is just a visual representation. That upper left photograph is Rio Grande and Chavis Road. That has quite a bit of congestion on it in the morning period. Your intersections of 4th and Osuna and Chavis Road are just what you'd expect. In the evening, you have eastbound problems, and in the morning you have, in the evening you have westbound problems, and in the morning you have eastbound problems. But nonetheless, they're still operating within the standards that traffic engineers use. Those bottom photographs are really 2nd Street, and you do have some pretty significant problems on 2nd Street. Again, it's operating at level of service C and D, but there are several movements that are much worse. Next slide. In the future, you do have further degradation, in particular on Rio Grande Boulevard, both at El Pueblo and at Chavis Road. That's an area that you're going to have to consider taking some type of actions to prevent that breakdown, but you are seeing those intersections start to, some movements dropping to level of service E, and in one condition it's a total failure. The same on 2nd Street, where you have problems primarily due to through traffic, but it does begin to break down and hit that level of service D and E operating conditions. Interestingly enough, the intersection of 4th Street at Chavis Osuna continues to operate at reasonable levels of service. It's C with a few movements operating at D. Next slide. We did a comprehensive look at speeds within the village. Mr. Radosevich, Fred, was very helpful, and he shared a lot of his data that the village is collecting. We did spot checks of each of these, again using a drone so as not to influence driver behavior. The objective of this was really to spot check the village data, because the village is collecting a lot of data and it's very useful data. Next slide. What we found is that the village data, first off, was validated. It aligned very much with what we collected. Average speeds, contrary to what we heard in some of the public comments, average speeds are typically within 1 to 4 miles an hour of posted speeds. And since posted speeds are 25 miles an hour throughout the village, that's the speed doesn't appear to be a significant concern. We also looked at 85th percentile speeds. That's the speed that 85% of drivers drive at or below. And we found that they're typically within about 5 miles an hour of posted speed, so in that 29, 30, 31 mile an hour speed. We did find 2 areas that were problematic, and one was mentioned earlier, and that's on 4th Street, the older section of 4th Street. We did find higher speeds on that route, and we did find marginally high speeds on Ortega Road. Next slide. Very quickly, we looked at crash data. We looked at 5 years of data throughout the village. We didn't really find anything unusual that would suggest that there are major safety problems within the village. The types of crashes, the number of crashes are very, very consistent with the type of community you have. Next slide. Most of your crashes are occurring on 4th Street. But Rio Grande Boulevard is also fairly significant. One thing we did find that is problematic is that your bicycle and pedestrian crash rates are higher than expected, especially on Rio Grande Boulevard and 4th Street. Next slide. Last thing we looked at, and this will be, I'm sure, of interest to everyone, is how future development affects congestion. And we did this in a couple of ways, and this was discussed with the village project manager and others about how we would best do this. But one of the things we looked at is we looked at the first phase of the palindrome site, meaning sites 1, 2, and 3, the micro retail and the residential. We did not evaluate the full build out of the palindrome. We looked at just that. And then we also looked at another location in the Gateway District along El Pueblo Road. And in that case, it was a purely hypothetical development that we identified. Not recommended, but just as a way to evaluate impacts. Next slide. What we found at the palindrome site, and again, this is just the first phases of this, as the impacts on traffic, it does cause a slight degradation, but it's relatively minor. That may come as a surprise to people, but this was an analysis done following the ITE trip generation and distribution and highway capacity manual methodologies. You do have a breakdown, but it's about a second or two for each approach on average. That's at 4th and Osuna and at 2nd Street as well. Next slide. Excuse me. The hypothetical development on the Gateway District, for that we assumed 8 acres of new development. And again, it's not intended to be a proposal or anything like that. It's just how to assess how different levels of impact might influence the intersections within that area. We looked at 2 scenarios. The first one was a mixed use consisting of condominiums and small offices using a FAR on an 8-acre site. And the second scenario was looking at a commercial use consisting primarily of building material showrooms. You know, when I use that term, it's very much like your Pella windows, your tile, Arizona tile, those sorts of developments. What we found is that 4th Street and El Pueblo is affected very little because most of the traffic that would be arriving and departing from this location would really come from 2nd Street and Paseo. What we found is that the commercial use really did have a much more pronounced effect on the operations, in particular at 2nd Street and El Pueblo. And in some instances, the approaches break down to level of service E and D. Again, the intent on this really was just to do a what if scenario and to be able to provide some quantitative direction to the village of how does new development affect this. Next slide. Even though this is a next step, we did identify several items that we think are a priority for the village as far as next steps. We think you really should start looking at the intersection improvements on Rio Grande, in particular at Chavis Road and El Pueblo Road. While it's operating okay today, in the near future, it will continue to degrade further. We think that you really should look at intersection improvements on Chavis Road in Osuna and 4th Street, generally from the shopping center area to the west and to 2nd Street to the east. A lot of the problems that you have in that intersection are because it has really terrible geometry, as opposed to not necessarily high traffic volumes, but it has terrible geometry. And the intersections can't operate very well because a lot of the traffic gets blocked by approach movements and you can't even get into the left turn lane or the right turn lane or such. There's also a need to do some transit improvements on 4th Street, just improving some bus stops. That'd be something that you may want to collaborate with ABQ Ride and see if they can't upgrade some of those. Next slide. One of the comments we received from quite a few people was there's a desire and a recognized need for pedestrian and bicycle type of improvements, in particular on El Pueblo Road between Rio Grande and Edith. That would require collaboration with the county. On Rio Grande Boulevard, even though you have lanes there, they are very narrow. You probably should look in a little more detail of the speed issues and the types of solutions you might look at on Ortega Road. And last, I think because you do have the problem with through traffic, you really should improve or maybe increase your involvement in the Mr. MPO boards and committees, the MTB, the TCC, et cetera, because a lot of the solutions that you'll be looking at are not just within your village, but they're going to be in the surrounding areas, and that can have a pronounced benefit on what's happening within the village. That's the end of the information I have. I realize it was high level. The report is available. You can look at all the details and the quantification of information within that. I'll be happy to stand for questions if you have any.
So are there questions from trustees? Trustee Benavides?
Yes, sorry, I may have missed the data because it was hard to look up and read the view graphs, but I think you did a great presentation. I just want to make sure I understood it correctly. You see more speeding, I'm going to compare El Pueblo and Ortega here. You see more speeding on Ortega, but more traffic congestion on El Pueblo, is that correct?
The congestion on El Pueblo is really limited to 2nd Street. Also at Rio Grande, that's a stop sign controlled intersection, and those are very hard to
I want to compare. Sorry, I want to compare Ortega and El Pueblo. That's in between 4th Street and Rio Grande Boulevard.
Yes, we did find higher speeds on Ortega Road. We did not do traffic counts on Ortega. That was not one of the routes that we identified early on. So I can't tell you what the volumes are on that one. Just anecdotally and by observation, it's not exceptionally high, but it is used as a connection, as a cut-through route. But speeds were the 85th percentile speeds were about 7 miles an hour over postal speed, and that's the point where you start having a speeding issue.
So, okay, so you measured speed on Ortega, but not traffic count?
Correct.
And for El Pueblo, again, just between 4th and Rio Grande Boulevard, you didn't measure speed, but you did measure traffic count?
No, we did both at that location.
Okay. But you saw, all right. So we have incomplete data to compare the two roads, it seems. Thank you.
We don't have full data to be able to make a good comparison of the two.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Trustee Kiefer.
I actually know that I can learn a lot from Trustee Radnovich and his questions, so I want to defer to him to see if I have anything to piggyback on.
Put some pressure on.
It's up to you.
Hey, I know this is your specialty and I trust you on it, so.
Dave, thanks for listening the last time we talked and putting in some information about pedestrians. As you know, I thought the study should have included multimodal as opposed to primarily vehicular, and thanks for putting that last bit of information in. I do have a question for you. The village is, so what I think I heard you say is that the village is in good shape from a transportation perspective. We don't really have that many transportation problems, except at very specific places and times, and not many of them at that. As the village grows, or excuse me, as the city of Albuquerque grows and Bernalillo County around us, those problems are going to change. did you, and I haven't read the study, so did you project that change in any places other than at the Palindrome project and then at Second and El Pueblo?
We looked at the increase in traffic volume at all of the major routes, both east-west and north-south. I think you're correct, Trustee Radnovich, that my opinion as a transportation planner who has done this for many, many years, as you know, is that the village is really in pretty good shape. I think from a speed perspective, I think your Office of Safety has done an outstanding job of controlling speeds. That's not to say that people won't speed, because they will. And those are things that you just can't stop people from doing poor behavior. But overall, the speed approach that you have been taking has been pretty effective for what we can gather. From a congestion perspective, yes, there is congestion within the village, but it's relatively minor in the scheme of things. We did look at this as the village is more of a rural setting as opposed to an urban setting, and we did make consider that in the analysis, because if this were in the city of Albuquerque or in Rio Rancho, we would say level of service D is just fine. But within the village, we really tried to target level of service C. So overall, I think the village is in pretty good shape. There are some spot locations where you need to be attentive to try to mitigate some of the problems that will continue to increase. If I may, also on the kind of multimodal aspects of it, there really aren't a lot of formal trails. There's a lot of trails within the village on the acequia system, but really not a lot on the roadway system. We did see a lot of comments where there was a desire for more type of improvements along roadways themselves. You're going to hear next about Chavis Road in the next presentation, but that was identified as a corridor in need. Rio Grande Boulevard was identified as a corridor in need, as was 4th Street. El Pueblo is also one of those corridors, in particular because it's a connection to the New Mexico Rail Runner Station.
Would you recommend that, so we have a pretty good understanding of what's going on with vehicular traffic at this point because of your study. Would you say that, and you sort of alluded to this just now, would you say that the village is behind in terms of other modes of transportation like pedestrian, equestrian, bicycle? And I'll tell you, and this is just anecdotal, but I see a lot of scooter use, electric bikes. And I mean, I think I may have mentioned this when you were here. I got passed going 25 miles an hour on Rio Grande Boulevard by an electric bike on the right. And I was probably going 27 or something. So would one of your recommendations be to work on the pedestrian side, the trail side, even the equestrian side in terms of the whole village? Does that make sense, or is that a fair question to ask?
Yeah, I'll give you my thoughts on it. Is that one of my recommendations in the last slide was emphasis on some better pedestrian and bicycle facilities on your major streets that identified, and that was El Pueblo, Rio Grande, 4th, and Chavis. Those were priority areas because those pose the greatest potential safety risk. When you look at the crash data, 4th Street and Rio Grande Boulevard in particular has a much higher incidence of crashes involving pedestrian and bicyclist. I think your internal trail network following your canals and acequia system, I think most of those are informal. I think you're doing fairly well. I think having a comprehensive bike ped, equestrian, and other non-motorized users is probably a good thing. But I would start by looking at those major routes where you have the highest risk.
I see. One other thing, and this is very hypothetical, so it may be unfair if it is, let me know. I'm seeing more and more traffic, and I sort of mentioned this a minute ago, from all sorts of modes of transportation, especially from people a lot younger than me. I'm thinking that the transportation engineers need to catch up with that kind of traffic and develop facilities that take into account all of these modes of transportation at some level. Have you seen any streets, and I know you guys you're not nationwide, but you're regional, you're Western. Have you seen any streets or corridors of any sort that are mixing them up a bit so that it does something to slow traffic as well as to create some traffic calming in effect and create some abilities for people that might be on bikes or walking or even equestrians to move around in better ways as well?
Good question. I will tell you that there's a pretty aggressive industry trend to be looking at non-motorized transportation and not focus solely on cars or just transit and the like. It is, things are catching up, and it's not something that you can just do overnight because it's actually pretty complicated. I think you'll when you listen to the the Chavis Road presentation tonight, you'll see how challenging that can be to fit a trail on an existing roadway. But there are opportunities to be very creative. You've already done a good job of slowing speeds. I think there's other opportunities where you could through traffic calming methods, advance that even further and advance the non-motorized transportation sector.
Thank you. So I hope I asked the right questions, Trustee Kiefer.
Trustee Kiefer, do you have any?
You did a great job. Now, I just have a very simplistic one, or I shouldn't say simplistic question. It's a question for my simplistic brain. I see that we need to look at, one of the recommendations is Rio Grande and Chavis. That it may need improvement. Well, when I think of Rio Grande and Chavis, it's a four-way stop, one way each direction. So what type of improvements can be done to get us ahead? Because of course, in my simplistic brain, it's like, oh, expand the road, and yeah, I don't know if that's the answer, what your answer would be to that.
Well, let me answer that in a couple of different ways. As I mentioned, Rio Grande and Chavis in particular is projected to have some pretty significant congestion. Now, significant congestion on a stop sign controlled roadway is very different than significant congestion on a signalized intersection. So it's kind of a relative. It's all a matter of perspective on that. There are several things you could do. Typically, these sorts of things are done by preparing an engineering planning type of study to look at what type of improvements could you make. If you're looking at a specific intersection, then generally you're looking at the geometry of the intersection, perhaps providing dedicated turn lanes to separate your right turning traffic northbound with your through traffic, or your left turning traffic southbound with your through traffic. I don't think there's a lot you need to do on Chavis Road necessarily, but on Rio Grande Boulevard. You can always elevate that to much more aggressive improvements. There's always the roundabout solution, but I took a quick look at the amount of real estate you have there, and I don't think you can fit a roundabout at that location. And then there's, always the dreaded traffic signal that you would put on a corridor like that. I'm not suggesting that, but those are the types of things you can do to mitigate congestion if that is your priority.
Thank you. I just was curious as how those options look when we're talking four-way stops.
I actually, as Dave was talking, I have another.
See, I knew it.
So Dave, I've been looking at those, they're not roundabouts, but they're sort of small traffic circles over in the university area, just south in what's called the student ghetto. You know the ones I'm talking about, I'm sure. Do you think those would be useful on Rio Grande Boulevard to at least signal to people that are using it as through traffic to slow down, or to maybe consider taking a different route because it's a little slower than it used to be? I know I've seen those on streets that aren't, that are more collector level and not, minor arterial level or arterial level like Rio Grande. But the thought struck me that perhaps that could be a help along Rio Grande, and to make it more pedestrian friendly, obviously, would be part of that thought. I actually was in a meeting earlier today, and it was with an art group in Santa Fe, and there's data out there about how artwork can slow down people on streets. Artwork being installations along a street can actually slow people's traffic and calm the traffic. Do you have any thoughts on any of that? But mostly those small traffic circles, whatever they're called.
Circles. There's a difference between a roundabout and the circle that you're talking about. A roundabout is really a safety and congestion mitigative strategy, whereas a circle is really a traffic calming strategy. If what you're trying to do is maintain speeds, and speeds weren't too bad on Rio Grande, but if you're wanting to maintain speeds, then those sorts of treatments or other various types of roadside treatments just to slow traffic could be looked at. Anytime you make travel through an area a little more difficult within reason, then you do discourage some of the through traffic that doesn't have to use that route. So that's always something to consider, but most of the people that I've talked to that are driving on Rio Grande drive it because it's a nice, comfortable drive and not because it's fast. And that's just one of the downsides of such a nice road that you have.
At one point in time, we were planning a trail. It actually got graded in places along the west side of Rio Grande Boulevard. You probably saw the grading that looks like it. Do you think that would help calm traffic even more?
I think anything that makes the road feel a little bit more closed in has a benefit. One interesting observation we had, if I can go up to Ortega for a minute, is that when you look at Ortega west of the canal versus east of the canal, the amount of right-of-way is very different. To the west, it's much more closed in. Fences and houses are closer to the road. And when we looked at the speeds are slower on that stretch there. And so that type of strategy, but maybe by design as opposed to just by the right-of-way, can be fairly effective at helping calm traffic or slow traffic.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, I agree. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure, okay. David, thank you for the report, by the way. I just have a couple of questions, I guess clarifying questions. And when I looked at the study, the traffic congestion data on 4th Street, Chavis, Osuna, was kind of surprising to me. That intersection is getting not just car traffic, but it's getting a lot of truck traffic as well. And in fact, to the point where trucks have to slow down in order to make the turn from 4th onto Osuna and vice versa. The medians are destroyed already. The medians are destroyed. What I'm concerned about is in terms of future planning, where we already know, well, we've got the build out on phase one. We then take a look at phase two with the additional parking and the additional number of people that are going to be there. What is the point at which where that 85% is no longer going to be something that we are going to be satisfied with? I mean, how do we then be able to do any kind of planning to mitigate all that traffic congestion? Because the only way you get into that property is one entrance and one exit on 4th and then one on Osuna, okay? And when you have traffic on there, to be able to make a left-hand turn, you know, from that area, it's gonna be very difficult. It's gonna be very difficult. So I'm just wondering then, in terms of future design, what has to happen in order for us to be able to control that?
Good question, and I don't want to go into too much detail on this. Excuse me. We did look just at the first phase, and trip generation or traffic generation and trip distribution, you know, how does it enter and leave the site and what quadrant does it head towards, can vary quite a bit depending upon what the particular use is. You know, for example, on your residential, most of those are destined for either to school or to employment in the AM and the PM periods, and they don't generate as much traffic throughout the day, as opposed to you know, an office site or a retail site. Retail generates traffic very, very differently, and it distributes very differently. We did not look at that phase. That there was a traffic study prepared for the project. Maria and I had talked about that, and we opted to look just at the first phase of it. What we found is that, because we did our own independent analysis of the traffic generated by that site, we didn't rely on the study done by the developer for that. However, we did check back and see how the decisions they made, and they weren't very far off. I thought they might have been a little bit loose in a couple of areas, but that's the decision of a traffic engineer on what assumptions they make. Now, I think your real question though is, so at what point does it become a real problem that you can accept? I think you really do need to look in more detail of how to modify that intersection, because a lot of the problems that you have, and I mentioned this earlier, is that if you are headed westbound in the evening, and we saw this on a lot of our data, is a particular movement, whether it's left turn or through, will back up all three movements because you just don't have enough storage coming out of that one lane approach to it. You have that same problem on Chavis Road headed eastbound. So, it's a tough intersection, especially you have development right up to it now, but you might be able to get some tweaks. We have on video the very truck issue that you're describing, where trucks try to turn and they can't make that turn, and they have to jockey a little bit to complete that turn. We saw that on several occasions. I do also need to say that we did a snapshot. We did counts that were appropriate for a specific day, specific time of year, etc. You can have more traffic on some days and less traffic on other days. And so you shouldn't be surprised to find worse congestion on some days and less congestion on some days. We're looking at a typical condition.
Okay.
I have one more question, Mayor Pro Tem. Do you know of any, Dave, do you know of any companies that are experimenting with smaller trucks? In Europe, and I know we're not Europe, but in Europe, they can't take big trucks like we have here. So they have a lot of smaller trucks that deliver goods and so forth. Has anyone been looking at that around the country, or?
George, I can't answer that one, sorry.
Okay. It's a bit on my mind. Thanks.
But to follow up though, with that. I mean, I know that, well, in all fairness here, David, I live on Ortega. I live on the west end of Ortega. And if there is a truck on Ortega that's coming toward me and I'm traveling west, I can't be on the road until that truck passes, because the roadway is just so narrow. Okay. You know, and that obviously is dangerous. And I guess the question to follow up on what Trustee Ranovich was suggesting is whether, and I know that I've had this conversation with Fred, and so I'm going to bring it up again. We obviously, these are public roadways, but is there some way then to reduce that truck traffic so that we're not going to potentially have accidents on the roads because of things that might be occurring on Ortega? And I know there are other streets that are in the same position.
Trying to implement truck restrictions can be pretty difficult and does require a good basis for why you would do it. You mentioned, you know, the potential safety concern. The data is not showing that right now. We didn't see a lot of crashes involving trucks. It may make drivers feel uncomfortable. Doesn't mean you can't impose some restrictions. But you've got to be pretty thoughtful and follow process in order to do that. You're right, they are all public roads. They have the right, but you know, a lot of the trucks using, if you look at Rio Grande Boulevard, for example, a lot of the trucks are construction type vehicles that might be working on home construction and the like. You know, a lot of the trucks on 4th Street are delivering goods. So, you know, you always have to keep that in consideration about how do you get the things that you need to happen without trying to prohibit everything. That's kind of a pretty weak answer, I think, Mayor. But it's not a simple thing to do. You can do it, but it's not a simple matter.
Were there any follow-up questions from the members of the board? From anybody? Okay. David, thank you very much. So,
thank you.
Yeah, so Maria, do you want to move on to the next presentation?
Thank you, Mayor, trustees. The next presentation is also parametrics. It's Chavis Road Multi-Use Trail. We have funding in the amount of $2,054,000 with the Village of Los Ranchos match at about $300,000 for preliminary engineering, right-of-way survey, and right-of-way acquisition if desired and or necessary. No takings, no condemnations. This project results from many planning processes of the village, including identification in the 2035 master plan, the village ICIP and village roadway ICIP, as well as through regional planning efforts as a participating member in the Mid-Region Council of Governments, such as the Long Range Bicycle Systems Plan and the Albuquerque Metro Area Bicycle and Trail Systems Plan. The multi-use trail was funded for preliminary engineering by application to NMDOT for federal funding through the Transportation Alternatives Program based on the goal of providing a safe and pleasant pedestrian and bicycle trail on an arterial that adds connectivity to the residential, commercial, and recreational uses within the village. There was a full RFP process for the preliminary engineering phase, and we entered into the professional engineering agreement with parametrics at about $348,000 with a completion date of July 31st, 2025. The scope, as agreed with under the funding source, was right-of-way survey and topographical mapping, environmental investigations, drainage analysis, subsurface utility, and geotech, preliminary design of trail alternatives, and public improvement process for design selection. We're at the point in the preliminary engineering, the basis for understanding what the existing conditions of alignment can accommodate in design. So the parametrics presentation will describe those potential trail designs resulting from this engineering process that will be presented in the public input phase of the project. And I will turn it over to Zachary Troncoso with Parametrics to do the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, trustees, and thank you, residents, for letting us present on this project today. And so, yeah, I think Maria did a good job at kind of describing where we're at with this project, what this project is intended to do, and what we're looking to do. And so, although we're going to discuss the project, I do want to mention that we are looking to move forward with a formalized public involvement process, and we do look forward to public concern. I know there's a lot of questions related to trail type, trail sides, different things with the trail, and we're going to discuss some of those things today. So I'll kind of jump right into it. Could you go to the next slide, please? So the location of this project extends from Tinnen Road down to 4th Street. It's about 1.2 miles. I think we kind of already discussed what the purpose is, but just to reiterate, you know, we're trying to provide non-borderized linkage transportation to the ditch network, to Rio Grande, to 4th Street. There's schools, there's residents, there's a lot of different things within this section of roadway that I think could benefit from a multi-use trail. Next slide, please. So first, I want to kind of talk about things that we're discussing and things we're intending to figure out with this project. And so one is the trail width. We do have a tight corridor, so determining how wide we can make this trail in various sections. One would be the offset from the roadway to try and provide the safest trail possible. Trail surface treatments, potential landscaping along the trail, drainage along Chavis Road, and the use of easements or other areas outside of property fences and walls. Items not being considered as part of this project are to remove trees and mature vegetation, to take right-of-way and go into condemnation, and to provide a trail that is a hardscape sidewalk. That is not what this project is looking to do. Next slide, please. So I'll kind of walk you through some existing conditions with the trail. And so the typical section along Chavis Road is about 40 feet of available road. Available right-of-way. And so you can imagine that there's only about 10 feet on either side of the road, and that's including shoulders, vegetation, along with the travel lanes. And so along the entirety of the roadway, there's this very limited space, and there's a lot of different things we have to consider in trying to put the trail in. So I'm going to kind of walk you through some of the challenges we face as we step through each segment of Chavis. So next slide, please. So the first kind of segment we're looking at is from Tinnen Road to Rio Grande. And so this segment of roadway, although a little bit wider, there's residents that use some of the parking and available space along the roadway. There's trash pickup, there's mail delivery, and there's several utilities located along this stretch of the roadway as well. Additionally, there's several utilities both above and underground that are located along this section. And so trying to fit in a trail that accommodates not only all of the existing conditions, but also provides a improved safety feature for pedestrians and bicycles. Next slide, please. So this next segment kind of takes you down from Rio Grande down to a little bit closer to Guadalupe Trail. This is that section that has about 40 feet of available space. There's property walls and fences that line this whole segment of roadway. Tons of trees. There's no underground drainage system, so when it does rain, there's a lot of ponding water. And then there's above ground and below ground utilities located all throughout this segment of roadway. Additionally, there's what are old equestrian easements located along the neighborhoods that extend in portions of this segment of roadway. And you'll see those kind of sprinkled throughout. Next slide, please. And then we kind of approach Guadalupe Trail. Some of the challenges here is, one, we have an intersection. Two, we have a little bit more complex intersection in the sense that there's a channelized right, there's utilities, there's limited right-of-way, and there's a whole barrel of elm trees that are located along the north side of the roadway. So this is a potential location for maybe crossing pedestrians, crossing bikes, maybe switching the side of a trail, but those things are still being considered. Additionally, drainage, I might repeat this 50 times, but there's, we're not trying to put a trail that doesn't provide longevity and can retain drainage. Next slide, please. And then the last segment would be from Guadalupe Trail down to 4th Street. And so this segment is the most narrow segment of the entire corridor, where we have less than 40 feet, in most locations about 35 feet of right-of-way. And so trying to provide a 10-foot multi-use trail with travel lanes, as well as tons of driveways, mail delivery, trash pickup, trees, vegetation, and other things makes it extremely difficult. Additionally, this segment of roadway connects down to 4th Street, and there's kind of two different routes that pedestrians can access 4th Street, and we're also evaluating which one of those we would use. So moving on from here, I'm going to kind of talk about some alternatives we're looking at. I wouldn't say that anything's set in stone. They're more for visual aspects of what this could look like and how this looks for each different segment. Again, we're still in this alternatives phase of the project. Next slide, please. So this first conceptual layout, although very bare, would provide a multi-use trail, minimum 8 to 10 feet wide. And we're trying to accomplish providing all of the driveways, utilities, drainage, and but also a safe access route for pedestrians to the ditch network to different areas along the village. And so this may be one of the more barren basic sections just based on the activity that goes on between Tinnen Road and Rio Grande. Next slide, please. So these next two slides, there's going to be two slides. One will show what it would look like if we use some of those old equestrian easements, and one would show a slide of what it would look like if we didn't. As you can see here, the trail kind of jogs to the north and utilizes the area that's kind of barren today. This would go behind the trees. It would provide a wider buffer for pedestrians to be further away from traffic. But also provide a good space for drainage and some landscaping if needed. Next slide, please. So this option would be the opposite, where we couldn't use any of the easements, and this would be everything within the right-of-way. And so what we'd be looking to do is slide the roadway over slightly, provide at least 4 feet of space between the travel lanes and the multi-use trail, and create a at least 8-foot wide section without having to take any right-of-way, to knock down any trees or other hardscapes throughout the roadway. So the next segment, we're going to look at some options kind of in front of the winery. Next slide, please, actually. So this kind of goes along with the same idea of using those easements along the roadway. The idea is to try and push the trail as far off from traffic as possible to try and create the most safe pedestrian and bicycle usage. I don't think I mentioned this, but we're not trying to put down asphalt or sidewalk for this trail. And so this trail would be a permeable surface that would, one, has to be ADA compliant, but two, not be able to kind of wash away with big floods and retain moisture. And so we'll still be looking at different options and present some different things when we do have a public meeting when it comes to that. Next slide, please. Again, just another layout there in front of the winery, showing the trail going behind that barrel of elm trees and using some of those existing easements. Next slide, please. So today there's an open space that the village currently has located on the south side as you approach Guadalupe Trail. One of the ideas is that we could get an easement to put pedestrians within some of that open space to carry them safely to the intersection. I understand some school-age students use this area as they access Taft Middle School and kind of move throughout the neighborhood. Next slide, please. And then this would be the last alternative as far as just showing what's possible. Again, this is the tightest area where we don't have a lot of room. We would be looking to narrow down the trail to a more walkable path. We would need to still provide access to trash pickup, mail delivery, people's properties. And so for this section, we'd be looking to provide still a pedestrian walkway, but also maybe converting portions of this roadway to a shared use facility where bikes and cars, which are done today, but would be formally used on this segment of roadway. Next slide, please. So moving on, again, our next milestone submittal would be to move forward with a public meeting. We do look forward to input. We do want to hear what you have to say. We do want to work with you to try and make something that not only works for the residents, works for the village, but also creates a safe space for pedestrians. Upon completion of the public meeting, we'll finalize our alternatives analysis report, and then we'll move right into 30% plans. So again, Maria said this has a completion date of about a year from now, and so that's not the 30% plans I'd be looking for the full project. And so we'll accelerate things over the next year and look forward to speaking with everyone. That's it. Any questions?
So are there questions from the board? Trustee Benavides, you want to start?
Oh, okay. Did I hear you say there is more room for a trail on the south side than there is on the north side, Chavis?
Not necessarily true. It just, there's above ground utilities throughout the entire south side of the roadway. And so trying to move utilities makes it a lot more difficult.
And curbing, is that a part of the mix?
And we're not looking to put down a traditional curb and gutter as you would see throughout Albuquerque and your surrounding area. We're trying to keep this rural and trying to minimize the hardscapes that we're putting into this project. And so what you kind of see is somewhat of a raised header curb just to create somewhat of a defining feature of separation between the trail and the roadway. So no.
Any examples of permeable material for the trail? I know you want to present that later, but it's on people's minds.
Yeah, you know, we've looked at a lot of different options, and there's actually a lot of different companies that provide this type of material that is ADA compliant. They use them for parking lots. They use them for, I think there's several in DC that they use in some of the memorials to kind of provide more of a serene environment. And so that's really what we're looking to do, is try and get something that matches what's within the village and not create a hardscape asphalt sidewalk type.
But it may be a type of paving material. Is that what you're?
No, it would be somewhat of like a fine base course. Again, the drainage is kind of a problem, and so we're looking to put somewhat of French drains and things located that would hold the water that kind of runs off not only the trail but the roadway. And so no, not so much concrete.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yeah, so I've got a couple questions. To my colleague, Trustee Benavides' question, and I'm not going to hold you to anything, but these permeable things, we also want to make sure, if it's something we're exploring, that it's equestrian friendly too.
Absolutely.
Right? With the horse's hooves and being respectful of that. But I did hear you, while I'm talking about horses, I heard you make mention of an equestrian right-of-way that's kind of on Chavis. But I've also heard from the community and from the HOAs that those were abandoned and no longer exist. So is this presentation based on using something that is no longer there, or?
Yes and no. So you're right that they were vacated equestrian easements, and so what we'd be looking to do is get different easements using that same space. That's an option, and if that doesn't result in anything, we still have an alternative that would provide a trail along the roadway. And mind you, these easements don't extend the entirety of the roadway. And so they're only kind of sprinkled throughout really the section between Guadalupe Trail and Rio Grande. So yeah, I hope that answered your question.
Yes, it does. It does. But I guess I'm a visual person. So when I'm looking at these pictures, are these using the equestrian easements, or are they using the existing easements in the roadways? I mean, because some it looks like the roadway's being narrowed and the trail is being, is on the side. And I see the different placements of the trees, so I understand that. But is that the difference between using the equestrian easements and or using the street?
Absolutely.
The placement of the trees?
Yeah, and so
Okay.
that was the intention, is to show if we can use the easements, this is what it would look like. If we can't use the easements, still possible, but this is what we get. And so obviously space is the biggest thing, and where we can find space, we'll use it.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So, Trustee Radovich.
I have a few thoughts and questions.
Sure.
Chavis Road is a really complex kind of road for Los Ranchos. I mean, the residents believe that. I think so too. It does, people do go fast. They sometimes aren't watching for pedestrians because pedestrians, it's dangerous for pedestrians on that street.
Right.
Bicyclists as well. It's also a really narrow street. 40 feet is nothing, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
The first question I have is, did you look at an alternative that it just doesn't make sense to have a trail here?
We've discussed that, yes, and that would still be a consideration ultimately if we get to the public process and people don't think this is a viable option. From a safety standpoint, we can still make it work as far as the requirements were met. However, our intention is to try and make this trail work.
So I think you guys should consider that because I've been talking to a lot of residents too, and there's a lot of residents that just it's like fitting a square peg into a round hole.
Absolutely.
The other or another question I have is there are street types that are very specifically textured in some way or use materials in some way to slow people down, like bricks, for instance, and pavers. And there are also other options to calm traffic beyond just the trail. Can you talk a little bit to what might happen if, and I know there's an expense here, I'm not thinking about that, but if it were some kind of brick or paver use that would slow people down as opposed to the asphalt that we have that encourages people to go fast, and also that in conjunction with some trees, sort of like what you put on some of those visualizations. Can you talk to that a little bit?
I mean, I think anytime you change things from asphalt, it does create a environment of, maybe it's like a driveway or, we haven't considered that as part of this project. I do think it would be beneficial, whether it would be cost efficient or effective with the $2 million we have for construction and right-of-way. I don't know that we could actually implement that. However, I do think there are opportunities for, bulb outs or other things at intersections where we do have a little more space to provide traffic calming measures, because there is space, it's just not entirely throughout the entirety of the project. And then kind of want to touch on your previous, I don't think I quite answered it, but I think in looking at the alternatives to nothing, that's still providing really no safety for pedestrians that do use this. And so, the no do nothing option doesn't improve safety by any means. And so that is also coming into play.
Yeah, and I'm getting to that. I'm getting to a few more thoughts.
Okay.
So another question, comment, is, did you look at sharrows so that bicycles would be invited onto that street, slow the traffic down, and therefore provide a little more protection for others that might be on other modes of transportation like walking?
Absolutely. I think a heavy striping or signing to this roadway would benefit. I think on the last slide, we do show somewhat of a bicycle boulevard. That's not exactly what it would be, but it would be somewhat more definitive things to invite bicyclists and to remind drivers that bikes are using this roadway. And then
Maybe
so
you could
yes.
define what a sharrow is.
A sharrow is a pavement marking that is to be used by both bikes and drivers to let people know that this is a shared use bicycle and vehicular roadway.
And going one step further than that, I brought up, when Dave was talking, I brought up the idea that there may be some new roadway types out there that could include multiple modes that would slow traffic down. Could we even go to a 9-foot road to slow traffic down? And, I know DOT would not like that, but I know of plenty of roads around New Mexico that still carry enough 2 lanes of traffic that are 9 feet wide. So could you speak to that a little bit?
Absolutely. I mean, anytime you narrow a lane, you're in fact putting together a traffic calming measure. And so 9-foot lanes may not be recommended, but we would narrow the roadway maybe 9.5 at best, but 10 foot with maybe 1 foot shoulders. We still need to provide enough space along, whether we put the trail on the north side or the south side, so vehicles aren't getting close to either property walls, utilities, other things that are located along the roadway. And so that's still a concern. We don't want people crashing into trees and power poles and people's walls.
And what about the idea of a multimodal road that does a lot to invite multiple modes, including pedestrians, on one road that goes slower, that welcomes bicyclists, pedestrians, even equestrians, and that cars know it and are directed to slow down and watch for people?
I mean, that's absolutely our intention, and we look to include as much, whether it be signage, advanced warning signage, striping, landscaping, things to let people know that this is a multimodal facility, and bikes can use the roadway and the trail, and we want to remind people of that.
Thanks, Zach.
I just have just a couple of questions. Just to, again, for clarification, so you talk quite a bit about the infrastructure issues that are part of the conditions.
Correct.
Okay. To what degree then is that going to impact individuals who are living along Chavis Road? Is this for the purpose of drainage, or is it purpose for improving the roadway itself? I mean, what kind of infrastructure are we talking about?
Well, so there is no drainage facilities today, and so if you go along Chavis Road, it rains right now, you'll notice a lot of ponding. So our intention with this project is we did do a drainage analysis to understand what type of water, how much water, where water's coming from. And so with our design, as we move forward, we have to get a little unique in how we carry that water, where we put it, if we can put it in the ground, if we can locate it into the drain. But at no point are we looking to change. We would only improve the current status of drainage along the roadway. And so I'd say that's equally as difficult as the minimal amount of space we have.
And I guess one of the other questions I had, when you look at option 1, and you had talked about the existence of open space along Chavis, on the south side, are we talking here about, and as you get toward Guadalupe Trail?
Correct.
Are we then talking about the property that is part of Chavis Guadalupe? development that's going in there?
Yes.
Okay. So then they're going to be then, I guess, in terms of right-of-way, they're going to be taking away part of their property?
Well,
it's going to take away part of their property?
That's not quite figured out or even set in stone. We're not even at that point, but it's just an option to consider if this is an open space, if this is a development going in, that it could in fact benefit both the open space, the users along the trail, and provide the safest route. But yes, it would, if done so, take away a sliver of available open space to put a trail on.
Were there any other questions from?
I do have one more.
Okay, go ahead, Neil.
Could you talk, I got some, this is sort of a rhetorical question. I got some emails from residents who are afraid that bringing people on a trail by their house would bring in a criminal element. There's a lot of statistics on that. And could you talk to that a little bit for the folks that are a bit concerned about that?
I don't quite know the statistics, but I will tell you that bringing and inviting trail users, in fact, does the opposite. I think the Alameda Drain Trail has kind of proven so. There's maybe sections that are bad. However, for its entirety, the idea is that there's more people, there's more access, and I think the narrative that it brings crime and people you don't want into your neighborhood is kind of false. Not saying that doesn't happen, or not saying that's entirely true, but statistically it doesn't. That's true.
Were there any other questions from the board? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Zach. So we're moving on now to approval of the minutes. And so looking at the minutes of April 25th, 2024, which is the budget working session. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from April 25, 2024?
Motion to approve the minutes, April 25th, 2024.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so again, excuse me. Let me start with Trustee Benavides. Roll call.
Yes, but I do want to note the May 29th minutes are missing. Perhaps will be on the next agenda.
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Benavides, yes. I have allowed through OMA 10 business days in order to complete them. So it's the deadline for inclusion in the packet.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
So I vote yes.
So, okay, all right. Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rano, yes. Okay. Let's see. So, so we're going to have department reports, but we moved up the financial report. And so is Tammy available to start that report?
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem, this is Will. I'll kick off as the treasurer. Before you is the cash report for May 31st, 2024. The ending cash balance for May 31st, 2024 is $12,974,419.42, which is an increase of $393,197.74 for the month, with year-to-date excess of revenues over expenditures of $753,358.83, with a few larger ticket items. Thank you.
Okay. So, excuse me. So are there questions from the board at all?
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, let's entertain a motion first, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Can I entertain a motion to approve the cash report? Is there a motion to do so?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve the cash report.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. So let's have some discussion. Yep. Okay. Would you like to start us off?
I will do that. Let's see. Page 27, under unusual items. So I see a topo survey. I assume that's a topographical survey. Reno is for renovation. Is that what that's all about?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, trustees. Yes, that is correct, and that is for the old Village Hall property.
Okay. Another question. I see under significant items, Southwest drilling for well pump upgrade. If this might be a question better answered by our director of the Agri-Nature Center. So I can save that if that comes up in that report. But I am curious as to what happened there. So maybe I should postpone that question, unless you feel like you can answer as to why do we need a pump upgrade.
So Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, so that pump at the Anderson property went out, and there was also some different items of service that needed to be done. When we acquired that property, there were some issues that our facilities manager was already aware of, and as we took it over, and I'm not exactly sure what happened, but some stuff happened, and we had to get it completed and taken care of before it was getting warm, so that way we could actually irrigate the whole property. Without that work, we were unable to water any of the grass, the trees, the shrubs, so we wanted to make sure to take care of that so that that property stayed looking nice and that all of the landscaping didn't die. And that's the information that I do have on that.
Okay, so it's an irrigation pump or well, not a domestic well. I can, if asked at a later time, I can ask Joshua about what he irrigates with that pump. Kind of curious. That's all I have on that page. So let's see, page 32. Under the item, General Obligation Bond Reserve Fund. So this is, I assume, the unused GO bond money that we have, is that correct?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Benavides, that is correct. We have not done a transfer, and that transfer will not happen until the end of the year when we see how much we receive in property tax for this month. So that number may, if you're looking at the, are you looking at the revenue or the
I'm looking at the revenue, the
expenditures?
$1,038,000, yeah.
Yes, okay, so that may decrease if we need to do a transfer out of the reserve fund into the GO bond regular fund where our payments come out of, and that's all based on how much we receive in property taxes by year end.
Okay, but to be clear, that's the, I can't remember what the total amount of the bond was, but we didn't use the entire amount, and that is the balance. That's correct?
Mayor Pro Tem Trustee Benavides, no, that is not the balance. So what you're looking at here is the revenues received and then also the expenditures that have been paid. The balance of the GO bond from this last year that we have not used is about 1.9 million, and you will not see that anywhere on this report because it is not being utilized right now.
Good, yeah, I agree, okay. Page 40, let's see, that might be, I think that's beyond your report. So that's all I have. Thank you, Tammy.
Okay. Trustee Kiefer?
No questions.
Trustee Radnovich?
Just a couple of comments, Tammy. Gross receipts tax is just doing great. I'm really amazed. I mean, I think it shows a pretty strong economy. I just wanted to mention that. I have a question for you that's not really about the financials as much as it is about education for us and me. Could you provide us, and you may have done this and I just forgot, but I don't think so. Could you provide us with, and I know you have a lot of work to do, so apologies for asking you to do more. When I see things like public facilities, I'm just looking at page 30, about halfway down. You know, I find myself wanting to ask questions like, so what does that mean? What is that? Is there a way that you could provide us with a kind of a, I don't know if cheat sheet is the right way to put it, but some way to help define what these are, so I don't find myself saying, so what does public facilities on whatever line that is on page 30 mean? Is there a way that you could help us understand what those are, so that the questions about, gee, what does this include, may be less, may happen less for you?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radovich, trustees, yes, I can provide that. Just to give you a brief summary, so what you're looking at on this page, on page 30 that you mentioned, this is the general fund summary. So under that expenditure column where you're seeing executive, legislative, judicial, financial, administrative, all of those, there are all of the operations that fall within the general fund. And so each of those line items is a roll up of payroll for that, payroll and benefit expenses for that department, things like transportation, maintenance, supplies, safety equipment, utilities. So I can definitely provide you with a list of exactly what items may fall into each of those departments. Each department is unique. Some of them have less line items than the others, but I can kind of provide you with an overall summary of what is in each of those departments, so you know. But the and what I can do is I can provide you just with, again, a list of those expenditure line items that roll up into each department, and which positions fall within that department as well, because part of it is, like I said, payroll expenses, and some departments are larger than others. So I can do that pretty easily and provide that to you all, so you have just a little cheat sheet to remember what's in each of those departments.
That would be great. I'd like to keep that in my file that I keep all of these BOT agendas in. So thank you. I don't think I had any actual questions on any of the money. Hold on one second, sorry. Everything seemed to make sense to me. Oh, I did have a comment. I don't know if this is the right place to put this comment or not. Every month I see, and I think this is maybe for Danielle, possibly for the Mayor Pro Tem. Every month I see the $1,400 that Heads Up, which is actually now Yellowstone, charges us for maintenance on 4th Street. I notice as I walk down 4th Street and drive down it, I don't take my bike on it too often, that some of the plants from the 4th Street project that we did 2 years ago have died. Some have been run over and not replaced. Could we get a bid or a price from Heads Up to replace some of the stuff that has been either died or hit or pulled out? The other thing I've noticed is that some of the trees aren't doing as well as others, and I know there's some issues with with disease, but I think also what's happening is that the irrigation isn't totally working right. And so could they do an audit on the irrigation system? And what that means is they actually go out there and measure the amount of water that is going to the plants. And it's a pretty simple thing, but they do it zone by zone. And I'd like to see if we can improve the look of some of that landscaping that's already there, that we've invested in, that we want to see grow and shade occur and all that good stuff. So that that probably isn't about Tammy as much as it is about just us as a village. So I thought I'd throw that out there since I saw the $1,400 amount.
I had a couple of questions. One of them deals with in something that Trustee Radnovich was talking about. We talked about the increase in gross receipts. Is there a breakdown on where those gross receipts are coming from? In other words, is it coming from retail? Is it coming from commercial? Is it coming from the construction that's going on? Because that may certainly be contributing to the increased gross receipts. And the reason why I'm asking is that what happens when the construction stops? And so we're going to have to then find a way to replace those gross receipts.
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, yes. So the state does provide us with a report. It doesn't get as detailed as you might like. I can provide you with what they provide us. It is a very large report, but it does show the different industries. It is not exactly user-friendly if you're trying to determine always what rolls up into each industry, but we do get that monthly, and if you want to see that, I can provide that. I can say, though, that there has been a very big increase in our GRT due to the construction, and so when we started this project, that was one thing that we talked about, was that we needed to make sure that while we did have an increase due to the construction, we understood that this is kind of a one-time, some of that is a one-time increase, and it is not something that we anticipate will continue past that construction. So some of those big increases we're seeing are from the construction.
So then that being said then, Tammy, is it then advisable for us to take a portion of the gross receipts and put it aside so that we do not spend it and that we use it again for our rainy day fund as an example?
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, you know, right now there is a portion being taken to help us with all of our road fund and the projects we have going on, not just on 4th Street, but all of our road projects in general. Any matches we need for any of our grant appropriation, we take 15% of GRTs to do that. We do have a decent amount of money put into our LGIP from our general fund, and I can get you that number exactly. I think what the most advisable thing to do is to discuss our GRT rate and the information that I provided to you all in April or May, and taking a look at that to sustain us for a longer period in future time than just right now.
Thank you, Tammy. Were there any other questions from the board? Okay. So, so let me call the question. Again, the floor is closed for comments. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rano, yes. Tammy, thank you very much. And good luck, by the way. Okay, let's see, let me catch up here. Okay, so let's see what in the financials. So in terms of the department reports.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure.
Apologies. We need to get to item B.
Oh, okay.
Under financials.
That's right, we do, okay. Let's see. Okay. I'm trying to find it. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so it's discussion approval of resolution number 2024-06-01, resolution designating signatories for executing financial transactions with financial institutions conducting business with the Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque. Okay, is there a motion to approve the resolution 2024-06-01?
Mayor Pro Tem, apologies again. However, if you would like some information regarding this resolution, Tammy is available to present prior to a motion.
Fine, okay. Tammy, please do so.
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, thank you. Before you is Resolution 2024-06-01. And just to give you some information on this, this resolution is designating the signatory authority for the financial transactions. We have to update this from time to time when we have either had people added or removed, and we've had to do both of those. So what this is doing is we have 2 check signers on every check, bank draft, certificates of deposit, and so we are adding the following people to be the signers on these. And so the current occupants of these positions are Mayor Pro Tem, Administrator, the Clerk, the Ag Program Manager, and the Treasurer. And so we are having those positions, those are the current positions. And then what we are doing is also naming for the signature authority on the bank account and investment accounts, the same people, Mayor Pro Tem, Administrator, Clerk, Ag Manager, and the Treasurer. So this is just something that we do when we have changes to make sure that the current people in these positions are lining up and are the people who actually have authority. And so this will supersede the resolution that was put into place in 2021.
Okay. Okay, so, excuse me. Okay, so is there a motion to approve the resolution, 2024-06-01?
Sure, I'll do the motion to approve Resolution 2024-06-01.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. So is there any discussion from the governing body? Trustee Benavides.
I don't think so. I think Tammy did a decent job of explaining. It's just new names, but the policy is pretty much the same, right? Where we have 2 signatories on these documents, correct?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Benavides, that is correct. It is just as you said, new names, same policy. We did also, prior to this, the Ag Manager was not one of the signers. However, because Josh was our acting administrator and because he is also in the role sometimes of approving different things for different departments, he is one of the new positions that we have, but the policy has remained the same. It is just the signers that we are updating.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yeah, so thank you for mentioning that, Tammy, because I was wondering about the program manager. And Josh, you're great, but I guess my question to Administrator Avila is why do we have one? My understanding is everybody is appointed outside of the program manager as a classified position. Is that correct?
Board of Trustees, there are folks that are salaried and some are hourly.
Sorry, I don't mean time. I mean in appointment at the will of the elected officials. So I guess the mayor is the mayor.
Right.
The administrator is appointed by a mayor, correct?
All positions are appointed and then the trustees confirm them. There are certain officer positions that are considered different. The administrator, the clerk, those are considered different than, say, our facilities director. So that's another position that's not, in the statutory officers.
So the ag program manager is a statutory officer?
No.
So why are we giving the authority of finances to an ag program manager?
We can have it you can have it as far as department heads, and as long as they have the responsibility that you go ahead and name them as a responsible signer, then they have that responsibility and authority to sign.
Okay. So we can add, as long as it's in a resolution, anybody that is within staff of the village into a signatory authority?
I wouldn't recommend that. I'd have some responsibility and authority already in the position so that you have that to rely on, that you have some example and some history of that being the case. That they do have responsibility when they're dealing with financial matters, and they do have the authority based on the resolution to sign.
So do we have a need for 5 people? I know it's 2 signatures, but do we have a need for the overlap of 5 individuals?
I believe the extra signatures or the signatures past 2 signatures is so that there's somebody here to do it in case somebody's not here. So it could be. We can be in many different places and something needs to happen and you need a signature.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, if I also may add, we've always had 4 listed. We are adding the 5th because of the situations that we've seen occur over this past year, with the change of election, with the change after the election and the new administration, with people being out sick, with people retiring. We have had situations where we have not had 2 signers available for the needs of the village to get some things done in a timely manner. So this does allow for us to be able to conduct business when there are things that are occurring outside of our control. So that is why we did add the 5th position.
And so Tammy, is your signature considered 1 and then any of these people would be number 2, or is it 2 of these 5?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Kiefer, I am not a signatory authority, and that is not something that I would want responsibility for, as I have access to all of the financial data, and so it would be a really big risk, and it would be very undesirable for me to be a signer, so I am not one of the signers.
Sure. I just didn't know if yours was 1 and then these were the 5 additional. So thank you for that clarification.
Trustee Ranovich?
No questions.
Trustee Rano? No questions. Okay, thank you. So let me call the question. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Ranovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rano? Yes. Okay. Old business? Excuse me. Discussion only, the formation of committees. And let me now defer to.
Do we do department reports, or maybe I got it wrong?
I'm sorry?
Do we go to department reports?
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. Yeah, we had skipped the department reports. Thanks. Okay, so we have, thanks for your money, by the way.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so the department reports are in the packet. Again, if there are specific information that we need from the department reports, and I know that Trustee Benavides, you were asking a question with Josh, and so.
Oh, yeah.
So Josh, why don't you come up and we can answer that question then?
Oh, you want the question again, right? Sorry. So there was a new pump put in at the Anderson Fields or Anderson House. And I was assuming it was a domestic well, but it was to irrigate. Is it to irrigate the 3 acres that just surround the house? Is that what it is?
Thank you, Mayor, Trustee Benavides. So that well, that house isn't on city water. That well does provide water to the house as well, and also that 3 acres around it, all the landscaping, the grass, the sprinklers, the trees. Of course, the vineyard and all the alfalfa is on ditch irrigation, but that well is for the house and that 3 acres.
Yeah, thank you. That seems fine. Do we continue asking questions for department reports, or?
Well, sure, if you've got additional ones.
Trustee Benavides, can I interrupt just since Josh is up there? Because I've got a
Yes.
question for him. Is the Ag Center interested in goats?
Mayor, Trustee Kiefer, thank you. Our new administrator has been talking to us about that. So yes, we are interested in goats and the potential of using goats to mitigate weeds throughout the village.
I may know someone that's willing to donate some, so let me know.
All right, sounds good.
Oh, that's okay, no. No, it made sense, he was up there. Okay, let's see. The next question's for John Avila. Let's see. Yeah, budget process. You, on page 17, you talked about increased legal risk, and can you speak to that? Do you feel comfortable with what we have budgeted?
Trustees, Trustee Benavides, we have to budget for this legal risk. I couldn't make the evaluation if we have enough there based on, what we have as far as legal risk. There may be legal costs above and beyond. So I couldn't make that evaluation by myself. I would get the self-insurance fund to help us estimate if we go down that route.
Yeah, okay. The self-insurance fund is actually something I maybe bring up in informal discussion. Let's see, page 19, but you don't have to get up, Joshua. I just want to do a shout out for the opera on the menu. I thought that went well. It was a lot of fun. People enjoyed it. The food was really great. I thought it was a great event. I hope to see more of that. Page 21, moving on down. For Maria Rinaldi, somewhere you talk about small acquisitions between Los Ranchos Road and Ranchitos Road. What would be the small acquisitions?
So we were speaking with the property owner at about Rule and 4th Street for a vacant property for acquisition for drainage facility, dual purpose underground, something above surface application. That conversation fell through. The property owner is going to do something else with that property. So we're looking at 2 additional, I'm not at liberty at this point to say who the property owner is, but it's 3 potential small acquisitions to accommodate storm flows.
And these acquisitions are already considered in our budget for phase 2A. And
Mayor, Trustee Benavides, they are funded in the right-of-way funds associated with the project.
Okay. In regards to phase 2A, funding secured for construction, 11 million basically. So that seems like that's what we would need for 2A. Shouldn't that cover 2A?
Mayor, Trustee Benavides, based on the current engineer's estimate, granted, prices skyrocket, they've dropped a little bit. We have no idea what we'll be facing at the point in time that we bid the project, but it is, yes, in line with what the current engineer's estimate is. And you'll see that when we present the 90% design.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. I'm sorry, I have one more for Fred. One more question. And it's about traffic stops. On 4th Street, 30 traffic stops. Is that more than usual, about typical?
Mayor Pro Tem Trustee Benavides, that's lower than normal. If you'll look, they spent a lot of time on Rio Grande Boulevard that month. And so they're kind of targeting different roads. Based on our speed data, I can tell you this in May, They spent more time on 4th Street a little bit. So it's kind of depending on where we're getting the complaints from and then where we get the speed data from.
So I'm thinking about the speed limit now being lowered to 25 miles per hour. And I know there was a grace period for that, but I think people are wondering if we are ticketing people because of that lower speed limit, if we've seen an increase in those kind of tickets.
I haven't heard from the captain on that yet. I know that they have made a lot of traffic stops on 4th Street already. I think it's more of a informational thing at this point. Again, when you've got a 4-lane roadway at 25 miles an hour, that's been 35 for however long. And we've noticed that, we talked about it at the staff meeting today, that we need to put a little bit more signage up so that people see and that type of stuff. But they will be working that.
I find myself forgetting every now and then.
Me too.
It is a cultural change.
Yeah.
That's all I have. That's all the questions. Thank you.
I asked mine. Thank you.
Trustee Radovich?
Thank you. I just have a few questions, or actually comments. John, it sounds like really good progress on the ICIP. What is the wide road list? Maybe I forgot what that is.
Yeah, you're asking me with the village-wide road list? That would be those roads that you're gonna have, sorry, go ahead. Did you have a question?
No.
Oh, I saw your hand up, sorry.
Sorry.
So it fit in within your co-op list. So it's village-wide roads. So rather than all roads being, a little bit of milling, a little bit of whatever signage or striping, you're gonna go ahead and have that all in one list. And then those specific roads like Rio Grande, Ortega, those projects, we're gonna ask for project dollars, and that doesn't say we're not gonna use co-op dollars, but it says we're gonna ask for outlay for those particular roads.
Got it.
Just to follow up, that's village-wide, not wide roads, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thanks, Gil. I just wanted to, no, never mind. I was going to make a question, or make a statement about the old village hall, but I think, and maybe I will make it, I think that's one of your projects, Maria, no? Maybe it's yours, John. I think they should when the architects really get going on that project, I think they should keep part of the old village hall intact in some way, or preserve a piece of it, because it's part of our history. And even though people go, oh God, that old thing, let's get rid of it, it is part of our history. It's where we started. And so it seems to me that it shouldn't just be tear it down and build a new one. There should be something about that there, even if it's at least a picture and an interpretive sign. So just a comment. Josh, I just want, you don't have to come up here, it's not a question. The group of artists you met and that Absolutely Albuquerque came and filmed an episode, I think that's really cool. So I thought that was awesome. That made me excited when I saw that. On the Ag Center experimentation with shade cloth on some vegetables, I'm really looking forward to hearing what the results are from your study there, because I think that's pretty interesting. I'm glad you're doing that. I guess I did have a question, sorry. It says the Ag Center hosted a field trip for HopeWorks. Could you tell us how it went?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, trustees. It went well. We've hosted them several times now, and they come with people of all varying abilities and mental capacities, and they do well in the areas that are shaded, especially in the summertime, but and the raised beds that are a little higher, and we are going to put more of those in for these kinds of field trips because they're not able to get around as easily. So I think right in front of the Ag Center where those trees are, where we can have some raised beds, people can sit down and do some work in the gardens. But they enjoyed their time. They enjoyed coming out.
I'm really happy you do that. Special needs folks have a special place in my heart. I have a family member that's special needs. Thank you. Just one second, I'm just scrolling. I'm assuming that the report on page 25 is Fred's, right, Fred? It didn't say it was your report, it just said it had comments about Bernalillo County Sheriffs. And, oh, got it. I don't have any questions, everything looks good. And that's it, thank you.
Yeah, I just had a comment, Josh. No need to come up. I attended the Burrito Smackdown over at the barn. It was packed with people. I mean, the turnout was really phenomenal. What I think, though, that we need to consider in future events is a way to promote the village at those events. Because there are a lot of folks there that had asked me questions as I walked around and introduced myself about things that are going on in the village and what else to see. And so it could be an opportunity, again, to kind of extend what we're doing out to a larger community and potentially attract additional business to the village. So it's just something that we should consider. There was kind of a welcome table there that would be a great place just to have the magazine and to have some other kind of material there for people. So it's just, oh, you want to talk about that? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for the question, for the comment, because I think you're correct. And at the Lavender Festival this year at the Agri-Nature Center, the Master Gardeners who manage the Master Gardener site are going to have a table at that space. We are also going to have some other tables about what goes on at the Agri-Nature Center and the village to be able to do that, because that was a missed opportunity, and we want to make sure that we do more of that. So thank you.
That's great. I think you're right. It's a missed opportunity that I think we should really take advantage of. Okay. Were there any other questions from members of the board? Okay. Well, thank you very much. Okay, so let's get on to new business. Excuse me. I'm sorry, to old business. We're looking at the formation of committees, and let me turn it over to Administrator Avila.
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees. The resolution example I have before you there is so that we have a formalization of committees that work on village policy. It's not only one committee, but all committees that are advising the Board of Trustees. You'll see from the opinion of the Attorney General that those committees that are formulating public policy, discussing public business, or taking any action that the body has given them authority to should be authorized by the Board of Trustees, should have the Open Meetings Act. And so that means that you would have that resolution with each of those committees. They'd be appointed, they'd have a charter, and their minutes would be registered, that type of stuff. So some of the committees fit that bill more than others. And so it's just a matter of, which committees like to introduce into this. One of the things we have going regularly is the Village Voice, Vision, sorry, magazine. I didn't have it on there. But the policy behind that, what is the editorial policy, the themes and all that sort of stuff, may have public input, but it doesn't have a formalized committee that makes those decisions. So if we are going to have that activity happening with the magazine, then we should have a formalized committee that does that work and, that you can rely on and that they help produce the magazine and get it out on time. So that is with the abundance of caution and care, why you'd have open meetings acts with authorized committees and looking at a potential, again, for an editorial or advisory committee for the magazine is one of the things that we could try here in the next fiscal year. So that's how I propose it, and for discussion and direction as to how the Board of Trustees wants to, for us to act.
Mr. Ablo, thank you very much. Are there questions from the board?
Yeah,
Mr. Benavides, okay.
So this is discussion only, right? No voting.
Right.
So there's no motion. Yeah, so this is interesting. So let's take the Citizens Advisory Committee as an example. I think they would say that they're making recommendations, they're not formulating policy. Would you agree with that, John? Or maybe Attorney Chappell might want to weigh in on that. What would you say to that?
I'd let the attorney opine, but again, this is for the reasons of making sure that you've authorized a committee to do a certain work. So it could be a task force and say you're going to have this work for a year, do it, which seems to be some of the committee's work, or it's a standing committee, and you want advice from that committee. They opine on ordinances. Ordinances is policy of the village, and just like P&Z doesn't authorize. They recommend to the Board of Trustees, and the Board of Trustees votes. So that's where that recommendation is based on a particular policy, or that they're recommending. The same thing would apply for other committees. And again, it's abundance of caution, and it's to authorize particular committees so that you have them, that that they're responsible for a particular function, such as the magazine, such as agriculture or otherwise.
So let me finish asking you some more questions, but then I would like Attorney Chappell to weigh in on what is meant by formulating public policy. So other questions. So it appears minutes need to be taken. Is that correct?
We'd have the Open Meetings Act so that they're announcing their agendas. You'd have a record of minutes, which is very simple. If there's an action taken or a recommendation made, and those are reported back to the Board of Trustees.
Okay, and in regards to the village vision, currently there's no committee. Is that correct? Who's doing that work right now?
Staff has been doing the work. There is volunteers from the community. But if the board wants there to be an editorial committee so that there is that responsibility and authority, then this is why we would form that committee.
So we have an informal committee, is what you're telling me. In regards to who gets appointed to be on that committee, how does that work? And is it covered in this resolution?
This resolution just strictly with Open Meetings Act, this example here. But the resolution forming a Village Vision Advisory Committee would have the procedures as to how that's formed. You probably want a fair representation.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah. All right. Would you care to weigh in on my question, Attorney Chappell?
Mayor and Trustee Benavides, haven't talked all night, so my throat's not working. I think before I can answer your question, I would need to see what kind of duties, authorities, and requirements you're asking of a committee. And once I know the parameters of what the committee is doing, then I think it will be, at that point, I could tell whether or not they're formulating policy, making decisions, and so forth. But There could be committees that fall into that category. There could be committees that don't fall into that category.
Well, I mean, I think you're familiar with what the Citizens Advisory Committee is doing, right? They made recommendations for C1, and there were public meetings, and then it was voted upon, right? And now we're in the process of looking at the conservation development resolution. And so I think you're familiar with what that's all about, right? So are they formulating public policy, or are they just making recommendations, or is it a blurred line?
I do not know what they were tasked with. I don't know whether it was just a public gathering information, that kind of thing. It appears that it morphed into a committee making recommendations with respect to the ordinance. And so we should have started back a year or so ago to say, all right, that committee, if it's going to do that, should have some more formality to it. But as I recall the background, you're talking about the CAC.
Yes.
Yeah. As I heard about it, I thought it was just a citizens group that was getting input, feedback, and so forth. And then as I've listened to it later, it had trustee participation, it had some other more formulation. So that's one that we would probably look at carefully to see whether or not it was formulating policy, because it seemed to me it did cross that line.
I think my question is pretty simple. Are recommendations formulating policy?
If somebody comes in and makes a recommendation, that's one thing. If somebody comes in with a draft of a whole new ordinance to say that we recommend that you approve this, then I think you get on the other side of the law.
Thank you.
Let me just add here that, that typically when a committee, a standing committee especially, is formed, there will be a charter that's attached to that committee. And that charter then will define not only the purpose, but the authorities, responsibilities, how members are going to be selected. They're going to be talking about agenda. They're going to be talking about deliverables, et cetera, meeting times, so that the kinds of questions that you're asking, I think, would be helpful to be included in the charter. So that if it's a committee that is making a recommendation that's going to change policy, that be included as a part of the charter. And I've seen charters written that way. I've seen charters that have been written very broadly. But that could certainly help define what the committee's responsibility and authority is going to be.
Well, I mean, here's my concern, immediate concern. So we have a Citizens Advisory Committee that has done quite a bit of work and has drafted a pretty good recommendation that we could adopt as is, or we can make changes to. So my concern is are we saying all that work needs to go back to another committee that's been formally, has a formal charter? And
I wouldn't say that at all.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't say that at all. I think that certainly there are some standing committees that are already working that certainly would be grandfathered into the process. But as we establish new committees, that we need to then be able to identify in charter what their responsibility and what their authority is.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chaplin, did you have any further comment about that?
Mayor and Trustee Benavides, the discussion I had was related to the village vision. And if you're going to have a committee at the village vision, which is an editorial type committee that in essence filters and gives to the public the village policy, so to speak, and that's part of what they're doing. They're not just getting articles to go into that. Then that's probably a committee that is in fact implementing policy, procedures, whatever, because what's in that will be screened to make sure it's consistent with village policies and so forth. So that was one committee which seemed to be amenable to a specific designation in a charter and to have some control because they become an official voice, so to speak, of the Board of Trustees.
So this question could be for John Avila or you, Bill. Is there something that's not working with the Village Vision? John, do you have any comment about that?
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, what I'd like to see is that, we are, again, reorganized there. It may have been just the change of administration and everything else, but we want to make sure that's in place. It is for getting information out to the public, but not to unduly task staff members. We should, have also an organized and consistent schedule with getting things out, and I think that's being met. But it's, it's magazine work, and I was not completely familiar with it, but it is a job to do.
You're thinking we could do better, is the argument. I think.
It is a great magazine as far as looking at. That is a professional magazine, but it takes work to get it that way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Trustee Kiefer? Questions?
So I think this is a great idea. I guess I have a couple questions just because it's not addressed in this resolution and maybe it doesn't impact anything, I don't know. But in these committees as they're formed moving forward, are trustees allowed to participate in them? And I guess the reason I ask, right, is it's almost like negotiating your own contract. You're on both sides of the table, I feel. But I don't know if that is part of this resolution or if that's standard practice or not standard practice.
Mayor Pro Tem, Board of Trustees, there are formally constituted committees that have a participating trustee. And in many locations, trustees represent different committees. So one would be utilities, the other one would take care of Parks and Rec. They'd all be there so that they're participating and can be the champions for those departments and functions.
Perfect. So if it's something that we feel passionate about, this won't prohibit us from participating in those committees.
Again, I think that this is mainly for making sure that we're meeting the Open Meetings Act.
Okay.
And that they're formally recognized. Now, how they're formed, their charters, what they're set to do, are they a short-term task force or are they a standing committee? All that can be resolved with what authority the Board of Trustees gives. That's where the authority comes from, is the Board of Trustees.
May I respond to that, Mayor and Trustee Kiefer? The CAC is a good example of that, why you need to have some more parameters. I think a trustee could participate. The concern is that, for instance, you have a committee such as the CAC that would work for over a year and did a good job, but we had 2 trustees participating. Were there times in that year where there were only 3 trustees on the board? I don't know when Alan Lewis was here and when he wasn't. And if that's the case, then you would have a majority of trustees participating on a committee, and you know what to avoid that. And I don't know that was or not. I just don't know when certain people were on and off the board. But having a trustee that was generally associated and connected with is how most corporate committees are done.
Thank you.
Trustee Radovich?
I have a few things. John, I applaud what you're doing here. I have a couple questions. One is, this isn't, and I guess this might be a question, I guess it's for you, but you weren't here. We have already had the approval of the Open Meetings Act earlier in this year, I believe. So this has nothing to do with that, right? This proposed action.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, this does not say that that needs to be redone. This is something that can be adopted in addition.
Okay.
We've filled our requirements for the
Okay.
Maintenance Act.
I thought so. I just wanted to make sure. I'd sure like to consider this more fully, because some of what you've written in here seems kind of onerous for volunteers. Robert Chavis did an awesome job as the head of the CAC, and Hank Kelly also did an amazing job of participating and researching, and both of them really were astounding in the way they did that. But some of this, especially the pieces about 24 hours in advance at the municipal offices for the agendas, and I get what you're trying to do, but it seems to me like it could almost, for volunteers that might be willing to help, it could make it onerous enough that they would just say, I'm not going there. So I'd like to think about this more, and I've got some edits for it. If you'd like to see them, I'm happy to send them to you. But it just seems a little bit too much in that direction. But I appreciate what you're doing with it, and I'm happy to send you my markups. So yeah, thank you for doing it. That's all I had.
I don't have any further questions. I think that the spirit of this, I think, is really on track. And I've seen other municipalities do similar kinds of things in order to not only engage the community, but also to make sure that what is being done is fairly reported out to the community. So I certainly applaud what you're doing, John. John, and if there's anything certainly that I can help on, please don't hesitate. Okay. Any further comments from the?
One more question over here, if you don't mind. Just to George's question, kind of wanting to piggyback on that, just for clarification purposes, are the timelines in here following Open Meetings Act requirements, or are these just customized based on what you've seen as best practices?
Board of Trustees, Trustee Kiefer. What I have in here has to do with the accepted notices and so forth. And sometimes you even see a quote as to where it came from. But it has to meet, again, we have 72 hours. It fits the same as the village would. The other thing is, one thing that can be done is that there's a set meeting time. You announce that way ahead for the whole year. And if that changes, you just announce that. It's pretty easy. Minutes don't have to be other than the action, the vote, and what came of that. It doesn't have to have verbatim minutes. So there's workable, I guess, just procedures in adopting something like this.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be as burdensome as it comes across with these limits, because these limits are also the minimums, right? So like the village clerk, 24 hours in advance, but if you get it to her a week in advance, the better. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's move on to number B, project update and upcoming meeting schedule for the ICIP. Administrator Avila.
Board of Trustees, Mayor Pro Tem. The summary you have there is just a continual update on what we presented the last time as far as ICIP projects. We've now sent out a mailer, because we don't have everybody's email, to reach all the village addresses and hopefully all the village residents to survey what they want to see on the ICIP. And so they'll get us that information. What's key as far as the ICIP process is that we have a new deadline on July 12th, and we should have a resolution before then. So we're asking for a special meeting July 10th, no later than that, so that we can put the resolution together. And we're asking for the survey to come in before that. However, the thing about the ICP process is it's a year-long cycle. So projects can be adjusted. You know, there could be extra costs. There could be other things considered. So it's not although we need to get it on the system, it's not set so that it doesn't change in 12 months. And so we want to make sure that's clear. We want to make sure that we have public input, and that we usually start as the legislature finishes, and then we start asking what's going to be happening next, because you have a good idea of what you're getting in funding, that sort of thing. You may have fully funded a project and don't need to do that into the next year. So we want to do that, get this started a little earlier. I know we had a transition that kind of slows things down, but we'll get as much information as we can from the survey. We'll present a resolution, and of course we'll be sharing that information as we go till we get to that special meeting, so that you have at least you know, a wide understanding of what people are saying about what's necessary in the ICP.
Okay, so this is for discussion only. Is there discussion now from the governing body, Trustee Benavides?
Yeah, so not much to say, just perhaps a correction. So if it's in black, it hasn't risen to the level of being ranked yet, basically, right? And the one thing that I think, maybe you made a mistake on Ortega Road reconstruction. You talk about El Pueblo in there, right?
We have two roads there, should be, El Pueblo,
yeah, I think
and Ortega.
Yeah, but you just copied and pasted what you had on El Pueblo.
Oh, did I? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Just, no big deal, you can be fixed. I think that's all I have, because we're going to be talking about this quite a bit, right?
Right, and $500,000, you know, whatever I have on there may not be the amount. So we'll need to find out for sure what those costs are. Ortega's a pretty long road, so it might be more. So yeah, that's just a placeholder for now.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Trustee Kiefer?
No questions, just a comment. Thank you for doing the surveys. Thank you for sending those out. I know mailers aren't the biggest, most cost-efficient way to communicate. And we really need to continue exploring how to do that, but I think it's worth it in the spirit of, you know, finding out what the villagers want to prioritize. So thank you.
Trustee Radovich?
I just have one or two things. John, I just didn't understand one of the sentences, and this is under levy mitigation. The last part of that, it says BOR/MRGCD property funding. What is that trying to get at?
So it's property slash funding. So the Bureau of Reclamation, BOR. Sorry, and this is just a short.
No, I know who they are.
And then the MRGCD, of course, we know who they are. The levies are their property, and we also need to get funding from these two agencies. So that's a way that we can get funding.
Okay.
So shorthanding these to try to make them shorter, but probably not the best way.
I just wasn't quite following. Already said that. Just a comment about the part that says to add, and these are what Trustee Benavides said are in black, so they're not. It just seems to me that the Rio Grande Boulevard reconstruction, if we want to call it that, El Pueblo Road reconstruction, Ortega reconstruction, ought to all be looked at in a comprehensive way to start with. And maybe they're corridor, maybe it's a multiple corridor studies or something like that, as opposed to individual projects, because they all, I think, will try to do specific things that are interrelated. So just a comment about that. And I think that's it. Let's see. I just wasn't quite understanding this either in my ignorance. On the example on page 49, are those, I wasn't quite sure what this was trying to get at. I'm sorry.
Okay. So again, Mayor Pro Tem and Board of Trustees. The item we put into the ICIP is senior recreation. So it's labeled that. It's not just for seniors, it's facilities for exercise. And there has been I guess a company out there that has been looking at these sort of exercise modules, and they've given us some site attractiveness information, and that's what that is there, so that we go out and find out. And this is just something you pulled off the shelf, but you go out there and find out where these things will work best, where the community wants them, before we actually say, okay, let's go ahead and put in an exercise location where nobody's going to use it, just because we have a piece of land or something.
That makes sense.
Trustee Radnovich, may I interrupt real quick to kind of piggyback? Would that include kind of what we talked about last meeting of pickleball courts and kind of redoing the tennis courts to encompass pickleball?
So yes, all facilities considering that, and whether or not that can work or not, that we'll look at that. But we do want to get more facilities, is what we're hearing, at least. Now that may change from the survey, but what I'm hearing is, we need more locations to do our activities. And if pickleball is the activity we want to do, then that's what we look at investing in.
Thank you.
No, I think you're good.
You took my question.
I just wanted to add one word to 39009 2025004, the sound barriers. The berms, it seems to me, worked pretty well that are there. They're kind of like sound levees. And I'd just like to say, or add, sound barriers / berms. Because that's exactly what they were put there for. I happened to work on that project years ago, and so I just want to mention that. And then Osuna and Second seemed a little underfunded to me. 775,000 seems like not much for that intersection. So I just thought I'd kind of mention that. And thank you for the process flow chart. That was really helpful. And that's all I had.
Let's see, Mr. Abel, I just have one quick question. One of the things that was brought up earlier, and this was brought up by Trustee Radnovich, is the Old Village Hall. And I agree. It seems to me, at least what I've seen, tends to make it a lot more modern building, and I'd like to try and see how we can moderate that in order to make it more conducive to the history and culture of the village. That's just a comment, just in terms of what we might want to do with it. But, and I know we're going to be talking about that and meeting about it, but in terms of the dollars that are available here, we're looking at 1.2 million from the state. So that money is already designated for this particular property?
Trustees, Mayor Pro Tem, it is already designated for Old Village Hall.
Right, okay. Okay,
We
very
have
good.
not tried to change the location yet.
Got it,
Say
okay.
yet because trustees may want to move it. And if you tell us to do that, we might do that.
So we could move it to like the Anderson property?
I wouldn't move it to the Anderson property myself. Sorry, it was a little too
No,
blunt.
please, I appreciate the directness.
But we do have a location on 4th Street where Miller's Feed is a really nice property. It's been looked at, and to expand facilities out there might be a good idea, especially if we can tie it in with the open space and other things that we have out there.
Thank you.
If I could add to that, I think that's a really great idea. I actually talked to Mayor Craig about that when he was still around, and I actually drew something up. But it's right there where the open space is. It has a building on 4th Street. There is parking on the north side. It seems like it's almost a no-brainer for a community space. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Trustee Radovich, I know this is completely.
Plus, one other thing, it's so close to the Paseo del Norte Trail that it could act, if it were done correctly, like the, I forget what it's called, but that coffee and lunch place that is down on the Bosque Trail down by, you know where I'm talking about. I can't remember the name of it. It could almost act like that because it's a half a block. I mean, it's just over the bridge from the Paseo Trail.
Well, what I was kind of thinking to that point, because Mayor Craig made mention, and maybe this was part of your conversation with him, that I thought would be really cool, is I guess in Santa Fe, there was is a feed store / cafe.
You're talking about the, it's not in Santa Fe, it's in Los Marcos, no.
Cienega?
No, it's in that little village south of Santa Fe. I've been there many times. It has great pies. It's called the Los Arcos. I believe it's called the Los Arcos Feed Store and Restaurant. San Marcos. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. And the reason I think of that, because I've gotten a lot. I mean, I don't know how many of you have any livestock, but having livestock, Miller's Feed leaving has been a big impact, and I've gotten a lot, not only from villagers, but even just North Valley residents that use that, that I think we could still embrace the agriculture feed part back, and partnering with the Ag Center. I don't know, I'm sure when you bale your alfalfa, Josh, maybe, bring it over there type thing, I don't know. But encompass that with some type of like cafe, market, outdoor.
To go that far, we'd sure have to have a management plan and,
oh, yeah.
and there'd be money involved in all that. And so, but I like where you're
But
going.
we can have a vision and move towards it.
Yeah. Further questions from the board? Okay, John, thank you very much. Okay. Let's go on then to new business. So number 11, discussion and approval resolution 2024-06-02, a resolution approving celebration permit for the 2024 Lavender Festival. Ms. Ravala. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Trustees. What's before you is just the resolution to approve a celebration permit for the sale of alcohol at the Lavender in the Village Festival on July 20th with these 7 vendors that are listed in front of you.
I have a question, Mayor Pro Tem.
By all means.
Why isn't hops on that list? One of the best breweries in the village.
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustees, these were the vendors that Blue Sky Production found were interested and who were selected. I don't know if Hops was interested or not, and maybe decided not to participate this year.
Oh, they were there last year at the Lavender Fest.
They were, yeah.
And are we moving the Lavender Fest to the Agri-Nature Center? Is that what this is about?
That is correct.
Wow. That changes things in a big way.
We need the space, too. It really does, yeah. I mean, it was extremely crowded last year.
Sure.
Extremely crowded, yeah. And I agree with you. I think it's a change, but something that I believe they had talked about regarding just the number of people who are going to be involved in it.
Yes, I remember that. But it hadn't come to us until today, I think. I don't remember it coming.
When they did the presentation last month, I thought is when they talked to us about the location change.
Yeah, I must have missed that.
As a matter of fact, I think Josh made a comment that, or one of them made a comment that the alfalfa is easier on the traffic, that it will bounce back versus on all the stuff on the grass. If you want to kind of speak to that.
Mayor, trustees, a big part of this was parking, the parking issue that we've had with everybody, even with rideshare and parking other places. The parking along Rio Grande Boulevard and Chavis Road was horrible. And so the plan this year will be to have everyone exit Rio Grande Boulevard north of the Anderson Vineyard, have them exit east and park on the Anderson alfalfa fields. We will mow them right before the festival and then have the parking on there and then water it immediately afterwards. And that way we can get everybody off of the roadway on those 23 acres, should be plenty of parking, and then have all the events on the Agri-Nature Center property.
Nice. Where will the booths be?
It'll all be distributed throughout the Agri-Nature Center.
Through where the parking lot is and all that?
The parking lot, indoors in the warehouse, all the way throughout, yes, using the whole property.
Worth a try. It was a mess last year. Thanks.
Who did the selection of the alcohol vendors?
Mayor, trustees, that selection was done by Blue Sky Productions. So Dean Strober, who puts on the...
I'm sorry, by who again?
Dean Strober, who puts on the Lavender Festival. He works with all the vendors in making those selections.
Okay. I would be curious to know if Hops was denied. Maybe they weren't interested. I have no idea. But it sounds like this is another committee that would fall under that resolution, right?
Well, we already have a Lavender in the Village committee.
Yeah, but they were not responsible for the alcohol selection.
Mayor, trustees, I am not sure how that, this has been going for 20 years, and if we want to get involved in alcohol selection, that's something that we can do. But with all the vendors, with everything that they're selling, we've contracted that out to Blue Sky Productions, who put on the event.
Now, this is simpler than what you're making. I'm just curious if Hops was interested and they were denied. That's all.
They've been a good supporter for many years, I think, is why
Trustee Kiefer?
Benavides is asking that question.
No questions.
No questions? Okay. Further questions from the board? I think we're working backwards here, so we have to have a motion to approve the resolution. Okay.
One last question, I'm sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
Is it a done deal as far as all of the alcohol purveyors at this point? Just asking.
Mayor, trustees, this is the last opportunity for this resolution to be approved before the Lavender Festival. So this, and now it, and
Okay,
it's,
so it
so
is a
it's
done
down to
deal.
the vendors that are listed in the resolution.
So just out of curiosity, could we add them, and then if they didn't want to be part of it, delete them?
Mayor, trustee Kiefer, absolutely. You can add that to the resolution right now. And if,
Yeah, let's do that.
if maybe maybe they chose not to be a part, but they'll have the option
This
to
leaves
change
the
their mind
option
last
open.
minute.
Resolution, I don't think they do a resolution.
Mayor Pro Tem trustees, also, they go through the regulation and licensing department for these permits. So they also have to get that in time. So whether they choose to or not, they still have to fall within that time frame to get it there.
Got it, yeah.
So trustees, they would have up to about 2 weeks beforehand to submit that.
So it's
the
plenty of
licensing
time.
board.
There's a month.
I like it.
So make an amendment sometime.
So I'll make a amendment to the resolution.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem trustees, first, let's make a motion.
All right, yeah.
And then if you would like to make a motion to add, you're not amending, because we haven't motioned yet. So you can make a motion to add, and then someone can second that.
So do I have a motion to approve Resolution 2024-06-02?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2024-06-02.
Is there a second?
No.
You wanted to add.
Oh, you want to add, okay.
I could do that right away.
Yes.
Okay, well then I'll let Jennifer make that motion.
So I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2024-06-02, adding Hops Brewery.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Me too.
Maybe we should.
With the
add-
amendment.
We should add
With the amendment, okay.
the condition that they get their liquor license in time, right?
So, but we do
Liquor permit.
one resident, though, who had signed up in
Oh, for
order to,
comment?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for comment.
Oh.
Gordine?
I agree with everything you said, put off on it, and I'm fine.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. So then, okay, so let's call the question. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Redovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rano, yes. Okay, very good. Okay, B, is a resolution extending the moratorium on pilot project and conservation development standards permit applications. Excuse me. Is there a motion to approve resolution 2024-06-03?
I make a resolution, I make a motion to approve Resolution 2024-06-03.
Is there a second? I'll second. Okay. Discussion from the governing body. So, excuse me. So, Trustee Benavides?
I'm going to pass for now, but I think there's some discussion that I probably want to have. Yes.
Okay. Trustee Kiefer?
I think until we advertise and hear 299 and make a decision, we have to protect the village from 284 as it is. That's been disastrous. We know what the implications of it is. And so I think not extending the moratorium even by 1 day gives a opportunity for one application to come through that we're beholden to. And, I don't think, there was a lot of public comment. There was a lot of public discussion by planning and zoning, and, maybe not advertising may not have been the best decision in hindsight, and I can own that because I'm not opposed to what 299 is wanting to do. I have hesitation and some consternation on some of the things in it. And until we can work out those few things, I think we still have to protect the village, because if this moratorium goes up, we're still beholden to 284. That's my opinion.
Okay. Trustee Ranovich?
I don't think this needs to be extended to December 31st. I think there's been a lot of water under the bridge on this, on ordinance 299. And I think that I'd ask both Trustee Renaud and Trustee Kiefer if you would just read it with the intention of asking for change for the specific things you're talking about, because I think it should just be, I think we should advertise and I think we should go. I don't think we should wait until December 31st. So that's my opinion of it. And I'd say in the next month, maybe two, read it and give us, give the village your opinions, because I don't want to extend it to December 31st myself.
Yeah, I don't think that there was an intent to extend it till the 31st. I think just, I know that it's available, but the time frame can certainly be a lot less than the 31st, okay? And and again, the issue that it brings up, though, is to ensure that we've got some level of coverage to not accept applications under 284. And so I think we can move it along pretty quickly, and we wouldn't have to wait until the end of the year to get it done.
This says December 31st.
Excuse me, I'm sorry?
Mayor Pro Tem, it says December 31st in the action.
But, well, it's open until the 31st, but I think we can probably make it happen a lot sooner than that. And that was a discussion that I had with the leadership from the CAC.
Still, I don't think there's as many things wrong with it as people from the village said. And I didn't hear much really about specifics from either of you that you're concerned about. So I don't want to approve this with the date December 31st on it. I just don't want to. I'm not going to go any further than that. And I don't know how you feel, Gil. I just, Trustee Benavides.
I'm wondering if we have to do something today. Maybe it's a better question for Danielle. But, so the deadline for the expiration is, what is it, October? Is that right?
October 24, yeah.
The current resolution in place that you are working under expiration is June 30th. That's why you wanted to.
Oh, it's June 30th.
Yes.
284, yeah.
No, the resolution to extend on 284.
And this is requesting that it extend to December 31st, 2024.
But currently the expiration date is June 30th.
Right.
Well, are you saying you'd be okay with it expiring?
I'm not saying that, but I am saying that I don't want to. I've already made up my mind about how I'd vote if it's till December 31st. I think we can work through it much faster than that. I'd be in favor of 2 months.
So I have a concern with that comment, Trustee Radnovich, and I'm just going to put it out there is, I keep getting told or accused of being conflicted in multiple things because I'm conflicted, I'm pre-decisional, I can't be objective, I can't be this. And yet in a public meeting just 5 seconds ago, you told us you are already pre-decisional and have a decision made on a issue that would be a quasi-judicial proceeding. That's a little concerning to me.
I'm not at all. This ordinance has been, this ordinance has been looked at repeatedly. It had many public meetings. It has been studied. And so I'd just like to know what the two trustees have
I'll-
in mind to change, and then move on it. December 31st is too long
So,
to do
one,
this. We need to get it in place.
I respect your opinion of that this has been worked on with lots of public meetings. I don't disagree. But a lot of the public meetings, and I actually looked on the website, and I created an Excel spreadsheet that said how many were during the day from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Wednesday mornings, which isn't conducive to a lot of people in the village that work. And I think, I'm not going to speak for trustee right now, but I know my concern is, again, kind of like what people are saying about, hey, the new administration is following just what Friends wants. It almost seems like the previous administration is just following the CAC rather than just listening to everybody. I want to listen to everybody. And so I think Trustee Reinow's proposal last month was, let's just have some open meetings that we advertise that are public during convenient times, and let's hear what people say. I have my own concerns, but I've been very clear. I'm not running the village for Jennifer Kiefer. I'm running the village for the villagers that come out and hear what they have to say and what they think. And the only way I feel in good conscience that I can do something like that, and I have my own notes on the bill, is to listen to public input from all areas of the village, all sides of the village, and that's going to take a little bit of time. Is it going to take till December 31st? Potentially not. But we all know part of the problem that has gotten the previous administration in trouble was Open Meeting Act violations, which we do not want to continue. And so we really need to make sure that we get the public notices out, that we set the agendas, that there's minutes, that all the processes are set in place. And that's my hesitation and my concern. It has nothing to do with the ordinance specific. I think there's great things in that ordinance. As a matter of fact, I met with the former planning and zoning director, Maida Rubin, for 3 hours on it before her last day, the day before her last day. We sat here for 3 hours. I got her notes, I got her opinion, I got her thoughts. I've met with various villagers kind of wanting to hear what they have. But I think, again, we have really suffered from a communication standpoint that unless you were at these meetings and intrinsically involved in a lot of these things, you don't really know what's going on as a villager. And that's our fault, because that means we're not doing a good job of getting out to the constituents for them to be able to make their voices heard.
You have your own opinion, and that's fine. But there were open meetings, there were nighttime meetings, there were daytime meetings. It was there for all the villagers to see and read and comment on. So I just don't agree that it needs yet another, whatever it is, 6 months, 9 months, 8 months of study. So I have my own opinions too. It's as simple as that.
And I respect them, you know, and there's no hard feelings between
I don't have any
the
hard
two of
feelings.
us. Attorney Chappell, I've got a question for you though. You know, kind of, you know, the CAC was put together by the previous mayor, and so the process wasn't necessarily followed with open meetings, or I'm sorry, minutes and things of that sort that I saw. Were they?
Mayor and Trustee Kiefer, I have not reviewed the history of the CAC. I would say that if you're trying to count that toward open meetings, that places a great deal of too much administrative power in that committee, because public input to the committee and then comments were distilled down to a document, which was the first thing. It came to a public meeting, as far as I can tell, was planning and zoning last month in terms of an official public hearing before the Board of Trustees or the Planning and Zoning Commission. I haven't traced it all the way back, but I don't think that's so much the issue. I think the issue is, as I see it, if you don't have a moratorium, then an application could come in and somebody would be locked into the old 284. In terms of how much time it takes, I don't care, every time much it takes to get done, but if you have a motion or a resolution to send it for publication, that's not going to take place for another month because that's the next Board of Trustees meeting. Then it has to be published, so it comes back another month after that for your first hearing on the resolution or the adoption. And so now you're 2 months into the 6 months before you have had a chance for a complete public discussion on the substance of it itself, which is what happens after you publish it for hearing. So it's just a question of how long you think it takes to get to that point, whereas Trustee Radnovich thinks 6 months, but you don't want to have to extend it again. In other words, if you're out there at 3 months and all of a sudden you think you need to have another month, you've got a problem. So I think it's just a question, do you need a moratorium? Doesn't matter what's happened in the past. You need more public hearings. How long do you think it's going to take? And you would need to take into account the procedure that you have for notices that's going to eat up 2 or 3 months of that 6 months just to get it to a final vote if you hurry as fast as you can. 3 months out for a final vote?
If we take it back to the P&Z for their review, that's 1 month. The second month would be advertisement, and the third month would be adoption.
But we have to extend it out for publication. That's the first vote. Okay, and then it comes before the board 30 days afterwards. There's no requirement to go back to P&Z, is there?
No.
Okay, and so then you have your first public hearing that you get the input where you can make decisions to amend or other things 60 days out. And then perhaps it's 90 days before you can make final decisions if everything worked just right. So I'm just giving the timeline, but I don't know why it would go back to P&Z.
It wouldn't. I was specifically talking about this. If there was amendments and you chose to send it back for their review, it doesn't need to go. But typically we do 2 readings. The first one is the advertisement, is where we go through it the first time. We're allowed or approved to advertise, and then we bring it back the second time for adoption.
Okay.
So why don't we advertise? I mean, no offense, Attorney Chappell, but you weren't there, and there were public meetings, and they were there at night, and they were there during the day. So why not?
Excuse me.
I don't really need any other opinions.
Excuse me, was that before an assembly of the board or planning and zoning?
Yes.
Or just before CAC?
Yes, and the Planning and Zoning Commission forwarded it to us, and it was unanimous.
Oh, I understand. I was there when they made that vote, but was there a hearing before that one, before the P&Z?
Yes, there were open meetings twice. There were public meetings twice at night.
Nothing in front of planning and zoning.
That was before CAC. Okay, that's what I was assuming. So the first public hearing before a official body of the village was P&Z 2 months ago. So it doesn't matter to me. I'm just saying in terms of timeline, that's what the village ordinances require. Whether it takes 6 months or 3 months or whatever, I'll let you all decide that.
So why don't we simply advertise?
Would we have to make?
It doesn't hurt anything. Get it out there.
I mean, why did we miss that opportunity last time?
No, do it tonight.
Oh,
We
but you have
can't.
to.
It's not on the agenda. It goes against OMA.
I would, like I said, I'm against extending it to December 31st. You already know what my vote would be. So I think 2 months is adequate.
let me say this. The only thing that would cause me to vote one way or another right now is, do we let this 284 moratorium expire at the end of this month? And is there a connection between how far we push that moratorium and how quickly we consider 299, right? I don't know. I don't know if there's that connection or not. But I certainly do take an exception that it was not publicly noticed, and we made it inconvenient for people. This village hall was packed with the public in the evening, and the comments were collected. I think that was done more than once, I believe. So you can get paralyzed by always planning and always wanting more public comments. I mean, you can never seem to get enough. In the engineering field, we have an expression of paralysis through analysis. Well, this is paralysis through planning and public comment. And at what point did we have enough? I think that process did have enough. But right now, I'm faced with, do I let this expire or not?
I'm not suggesting that we let it expire. I'm suggesting a shorter time frame. I'm suggesting that the moratorium have a shorter time frame, not till December 31st. Let's get it done.
And you're saying that because there's a connection between 284 and 299 as to how rapidly we consider that?
So essentially, would 284 come back into play in your mind, George, at any point?
Say what? No.
Well,
No.
exactly. So that's kind of Trustee Benavides's point is
I
whether.
get what he's saying,
Okay.
yeah. I'd go 3 months. I wouldn't go to December. I think there's plenty of time in the next 3 months to do everything that the village wants to do and get this ordinance in place so that we can see some quality conservation development occur. And I think the public did have their say and at multiple opportunities. And so that's why I'm making a stand out of this.
Okay, so what date would that be? 3 months?
Oh.
September, end of September?
July, August, September, yeah.
Let me make a suggestion here before we go further. I mean, we do have public comment on this.
Oh, let's do that.
Okay, so well, why don't we invite the public comment in, and then we can actually make some determination then about how long we want to extend the moratorium. Is that fair?
Sure, yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, okay. So the first comment is from Gordine McKenzie. You have 2 minutes.
My concern is what I've already heard up here. If we get someone coming in with another pilot project, they're going to be able to justify it, and that will be problematic. I know that the CAC committee has worked very hard, and I know that there are some good recommendations. There are some that people would like to see modified. Some of the residents would like to see modified somewhat. But I think it would be better to have extra time and then get things done, because we also have a VC moratorium where we need to work on things like the mandatory 12 units on half an acre and the mandatory 24 units on 1 acre, and also pushing properties right up to the sidewalk. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I'm not diminishing the work that the CAC has done or, you know, what that may result in. But I think another meeting would probably be good, and I just urge you to go ahead and pass this. And George, I understand your viewpoint on that, but maybe having a little more time, not to say that it would happen, in December. I think it will happen a lot sooner than that. But to just have that added layer of protection, I think would give residents a little bit of comfort, because we don't want things to expire on June 30th. Thank you.
JT?
JT Michelson, 5001 Rio Grande Boulevard. I think what George has suggested, extending it no more than 2 or 3 months, this is something that the CAC has gone over. There's been all kinds of public meetings. It is just a change in the ordinance, and I think it should be no more than 2 or 3 months. Thank you.
See, I think the other parties are not here. Drew's not here. Shailene has left as well. Okay, well, we only had 2. Okay.
So, can I make a comment? Maybe there's a compromise, and if we have a compromise, all 4 of us, you can get all 4 of us on board and get something passed to protect the village from 284 expiring. Would you be okay with the end of September?
Mm-hmm. Guess what, I'm sorry?
End of September. Yeah.
That's 3 months. And I'm not saying that I'm not. I'm just thinking out loud, because that's what we're supposed to do, and being transparent of our thought process of our decisions. Just listening to what Danielle said with advertising, doing a public meeting, gathering the information, and then advertising another public meeting is already 3 months. And I know we keep hearing there's been a lot of public meetings. There may have been public meetings, but those don't count to the Open Meetings Act. Towards the Open Meetings Act, there's been 1 public meeting, which was the one before the Planning and Zoning. That's it. The other ones don't count, because they were not before a elected or commissioned body. Am I correct, Mr. Chappell?
I was not making the conclusion as to whether or not they're in violation of the Open Meetings Act. I think we have a very unusual situation where a committee took all the public comments and distilled them down and gave them to, the village for approval. Whether those were required to be Open Meetings Act or not, we've not relied upon that. I'm just simply saying, when you look at the open meetings that were mandatory under the Open Meetings Act, as far as I know, we had the planning and zoning, we had the hearing last month and this month.
These meetings were, excuse me for interrupting, but Danielle, correct me if I'm wrong, these meetings were notified. They were given the 72 hours notice. As a matter of fact, they were given 2 weeks notice, and there were 2 of them, along with the open meetings that were published in the vision during the day. And I get what you're saying about people not being able to make those, but there were public meetings.
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, on our website, we have a page dedicated to this Citizens Advisory Committee that tells the date, lists the agenda, and the meeting notes, what times they occurred, the evening meetings that were listed as public meetings.
Which I think there were 2 when I looked at it, Danielle.
It looks as though I see, if we're talking evening, it looks as though I see 2 offhand, 3 actually. 1 on February 1st, excuse me. 1 February 1st, 2024. There were 2 on that date, 1 at 2 p.m. and 1 at 5:30 p.m. There was 1 November 15, 2023, which was held in the evening from 5:30 to 7:30. And also one that I show May 4th of 2023, which was also held in the evening from 5:30 to 7:30.
And in between those meetings, changes were made to this to this proposed ordinance. It was public, it was at night, and it was advertised. So it did happen. And a lot of change was made from that very beginning ordinance to what we saw last month. So as Trustee Benavidez said, you know, this can be beaten to death, or it can be looked at seriously in 3 months and get it done. And that's my feeling on it. So we did have a lot, and this was the one in May 23 was before I even joined the CAC. I went, but I believe, Danielle, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think I was actually on the CAC at that point in time. I think I just went as a citizen.
I was. And then,
you might have been.
The Mayor Pro Tem trustees, it does have a list of all of the attendees. When your standing committee, you know, the meetings were, it does have your name, but it doesn't say when
One other
you
thing I want to
began.
mention, it wasn't just the CAC. It was Maida, it was Ann Simon. There were village employees that were there that conducted the meeting, and adjunct village employees like Sandra Gazer were also there. So all of those things did happen. It wasn't like they didn't happen, and they were advertised, and they weren't just the CAC.
This is what I see happening. You can vote on it as is. It'll likely be a tie. We can amend it, and we can get something done, and we don't have to worry about the June 30th expiration.
Let me suggest here that, you know, that there's nothing in this resolution that says that you have to wait until December 31st. The moratorium is available through December 31st. We can certainly get it done before that. And we can certainly then use a special meeting if necessary in order to be able to talk it through and get it done.
I know that.
So I don't think that there's going to be an issue here. You know, certainly I think that we want to be able to make sure that we get something in place, okay? And and believe me, it's a lot better than 284, okay? A lot better than 284. But I guess the point here is that if we have an opportunity then to have at least another public meeting, you know, and again, give people an opportunity to, you know, to attend and express their concerns, we can certainly get it done before the end of December.
I think we're offering a compromise, or at least
We are offering compromise, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so I know, I've heard you say it 3 times, Trustee, Mayor Pro Tem, but what Trustee Benavidez was offering was a compromise to have the deadline be September 31st, not December 31st, so it gets done sooner. So that's, I mean, that's a compromise point. You're not offering a compromise point.
No, what I'm suggesting is that the resolution itself, you know, says the 31st, but we don't have to be in business on the 31st in order to approve this. We can be in business on September 31st or 30th in order to approve it. So, you know, so we can move it along without believing then that the 31st is going to be the designated day that we're going to take this to, you know, to final, okay? The trustees can make the decision much before the 31st of December. It just gives us the extra time, given what we've talked about in terms of advertising, in terms of the calendar that we're talking about. The other part of this is that we've got some other, you know, some other items that are coming up for review as well. So as a board, we're going to be pretty busy, okay? And so I just want to be careful that the time is going to be that. That's not to say that I'm going to extend it, but I would extend it to the 31st. We can move it along as soon as we can.
How about the end of October? They can have one more public meeting.
I don't see so you're not really offering anything to compromise. You're saying, let's keep it as it is, but we'll get done in time. I'm just saying, let's move it along and compromise on that date. And that's, I feel like you're saying it, I want it my way or the highway. And it's the way I.
So what happens then if we get to the end of September and it's not done yet?
What would happen if it's not done yet is we give it another month, or we give it another 2 months, but I think we can get it done in 3.
Okay.
So if we're heading towards a 2-2 vote, that's a bad thing for everybody, but that sounds like that's where we're headed.
I mean, I've said my thoughts. I think there's nothing wrong with being conservative, and having this with more time doesn't mean we have to utilize all the time. I think 284 is dangerous, but you know, the sentiment may not be everyone's.
I did not say that 284 wasn't dangerous, just so you know.
If we then extend it 1 more month to October, just to make sure that we've got enough time in order to get all of the meetings done, as well as make sure that we're able to.
That would nominally extend it to November, because unless we had a special meeting in October to approve it, we'd be waiting till November to get to our meeting, this meeting in
That's
November.
okay. I mean, I don't know when our October meeting is, but we can probably, I mean, if we do it till October, we get 1 more public meeting, right? It's a compromise.
Not much of one. I just want to get it done.
I know.
It's a good ordinance. I believe in it. And, you know, I think we need to cut that in half to September 31st. And if we need more time, we can extend it. It's the same thing except opposite of what you're saying, trustee. We can always do it in a lesser amount of time. So that's where I am.
So then if we agreed then to get it done in September, you know, working backwards in terms of what would have to be done, you know, to take care of the advertising. So Danielle, would we then need to really have a special meeting in order to get it done?
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, at the will of the board, if you wish to have this on your July agenda, to have it intent to advertise, then we can start this process moving forward, because then you can start working on it, and that gives you some time to work through when you want to schedule it at 2 other subsequent meetings.
So so trustee Radovich, I'm sorry.
Radovich.
Would you want to make a motion to amend this particular resolution?
I do. And we'll see if it passes, right? I would like to amend resolution number 2024-06-03 on the first condition, I guess, where it says a moratorium shall be imposed on acceptance of the pilot project applications submitted in accordance with 9.2.27 of the Village Code to the Village of Los Ranchos until September 30th. It is 30th, right? Not 31st, the end of the 2024, sorry.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Is there further discussion?
None from me.
There's none from me.
So to clarify then, that would mean that the that the actual decision by the board would not be until October? Or would it be in September?
The decision would be in October after the
Right, it'll be in
September.
October, okay. With also, and well,
Moratorium would expire.
Point of order, if you would. What that means is that you would have to adopt 299 at your September board meeting. So it would have to be finalized in September, not October.
So I would go to October if we vote on it in October, not November.
Mayor,
As a clarification, you wouldn't vote on it after the moratorium expired because you have a gap.
No, we'd vote on it until the expiration date.
So if you would have to vote on it in October if you're going to vote before it expired the end of October.
Right.
I think that's a good call.
Yeah. Yeah.
so Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Ranovich, just to clarify, you would like to amend this resolution 2024-06-03 to October 31?
Yes.
Okay. And Trustee Benavides, are you seconding that?
I will second that. I think that's a better idea.
okay, let me call the question. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
No.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rhino, yes. Okay, this is a discussion and approval of resolution 2024-06-04, adding policy requirements to the Village of Los Ranchos personnel policy.
Excuse me, was that the vote on the amendment, or you now need to vote on the motion?
Let's see.
What was stated?
It was packaged into one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is confusing.
I believe is acceptable because the motion was made to adopt a resolution different than published, and there was not a motion pending on the original resolution.
Jennifer made a motion, and
It was not seconded.
Mayor Pro Tem seconded. And then there was discussion going on.
Was there a motion already made and seconded? I missed that.
Yes, so we had
Okay,
Trustee Kiefer, a motion to approve it. Mayor Pro Tem, right now, second.
Okay.
and so Mr. Donald is right. You now need to vote on the main motion, which was adopting the resolution with an October 31st expiration date.
So we need to make a motion with the amendment.
You now need to vote on the main motion that's already been made. So it's just a vote. That motion was already made and seconded, and then you move to amend that motion, which was adopted. Now you need to vote on the main motion.
I'm sorry, so the motion made was without the amendment, so if we do a vote, are we voting on the motion with the amendment or not?
No, because the original motion was amended, so you just have to vote on the main motion as amended.
Okay, all right, good.
So the main motion then was the December 31 motion.
Correct, but you vote on the main motion as amended with the October 31st date.
Okay, so do I have then excuse me, do I have a motion to approve resolution 2024-06-03 with a term date of December 2024? That's the first.
With the amendment as a termination date of October 31st.
With the amendment of October 31st, 2024. Is there such a motion?
So I'll make that motion to adopt resolution 2024-06-04 as amended by trustee Radnovich to extend the moratorium to October 30th, 2024. 31st, okay. Yes, 31st.
Is there a second?
Point of order, a new motion is not necessary. You just need a vote on the main motion as amended. No more vote, no more motions, just a
No more
vote.
motion. Okay,
How do you feel, Gil?
so do we just call for the vote?
Yeah, I'll come to call for the vote.
Okay.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer.
No.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Trustee Reinhardt, yes. Okay. All right.
Okay, good.
So C, discussion approval of resolution 2024-0604, adding policy requirements to the Village of Los Ranchos personnel policy. Let's see, Administrator Avila?
Mayor Pro Tem, Board of Trustees, we've been working on procedures, policy. Already we've changed procedures so that we're not violating FMLA. And this particular resolution, this particular action needs a resolution because it's for changing the personnel policy items. The first item is to manage phone use and clarify that policy. And the second part is policy definition, which states that a probationary period is for potential employee and that there is no compensation in this period when they are in probation. So those are the two items that we're changing the personnel policy to clarify.
So is there a motion to approve resolution 2024-06-04?
I'll make a motion to approve 2024-06-04, but I do have a question about what Mr. Avila just said.
Let's get the second first and then.
I'll second it.
We'll have discussion in a moment, yeah, okay. Okay, now, open for discussion. Trustee Radnovich, you want to start off?
John, did you say there would be no compensation for that employee?
That's correct. That is not correct. It is no compensation increases.
Oh,
increases.
Yeah, so.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Thank you. Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, if you have any questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, so about the cell phone, can we, let's see, let me read this. Employees in positions who are issued village cell phones are required to keep their cell phones turned on and answer the phone at any time during the business hours. Can we really require that?
During the business hours, they're getting paid.
If somebody's talking to the mayor, I can give the guy a call and he has to, does he have to answer my phone?
Right. So obviously we've had some of these instances where we don't actually catch the call, but it's not answering when you're available. That would be the issue.
There might be an emergency that you're dealing with too, right?
Correct. And that's all considered.
Okay, so you just have to have it, well, no, you say turned on and answer. I don't know, it just seems like a little much to me.
You're worried that if it's turned on and you have it on silent and you don't answer, who's going to know?
Yeah. Well, they're going to know because you didn't answer. I don't know, it just seems pretty strict. Obviously, you give people a phone for a reason, but to say that you need to answer it at all times.
Who are the
exceptions.
employees, John, who are the employees that have the phone that would be in this position?
All of the employees are issued phones.
Who are they?
All of our employees.
I know the trustees all have phones.
Even the farmers at the agri-nature center.
And the mayor pro tem has a
directors, staff, all are issued phones.
Oh, so at the Agri-Nature Center, is Josh the only one that has a phone? Or does it go down to
the staff has phones as well.
All of the staff has cell phones?
Sabrina, yeah.
Oh, my God.
And Dominic.
Excuse me, I need to ask a question. Has this been run by the attorney or consultant on personnel matters? And the reason I ask the question is if you have an hourly employee, for instance, I understand that if lunchtime is during business hours, you have to pay for the lunchtime. There's been some litigation over that with police officers. If they're on call during lunch, you have to pay them during lunch. So is that what is intended by this? I don't know what you can define business hours.
It's not intended to call people and pay them for lunch. This is so that the employees are using their phone actively and are managing that. That's the intent of this. So when they're at lunch, they're at lunch. This is unpaid time.
So they will get paid through lunch under this policy, right?
No. They're not on the clock at lunch. They're not scheduled to work at lunch.
Okay. Is that defined in the business hours section, that lunch is not in the business hours? I'm sorry, I just checked it, but I was on the losing end of that case 20 years ago.
So if the new well that we're going to put in at the Agri-Nature Center blew up, Josh could call all of the employees of the Agri-Nature Center and others to come help fix that well or shut off the valve that lets the water run. Is that correct?
Yes, he could, and that's why they have their phones so that they're available. Typical use is somebody finishes a task, they report to the director, they say, what am I, I'm gonna go ahead and head off to somewhere else, I've done this job, or they're be able to be reached on their cell phones. Also, their cell phones have emails, so they get the informational blast, that sort of thing.
I mean, if I'm on a tractor, I'm gonna be wearing ear protection. I'm not hearing a thing. I'm not gonna be hearing a cell phone at all. So.
Well, a question for you, Mr. Chappell. Would this be all, would it make sense for this to be all employees or those that are involved in health, safety, and welfare of the village?
From my perspective, the administrator needs to make the policy as to who it applies to. I won't get involved in that. That's not my job, is to know who should be available.
So health, safety, and welfare doesn't mean...
I don't, whatever the administrator wants to do, that's fine with me. My only concern was if it required paying, hourly rate through lunch and may trigger overtime and stuff on an 8-hour day, that would be an unintended consequences. I fully understand the desire to have people answer their phone.
Yeah.
If they have a situation like you're talking about and it's explained, I doubt if there's going to be any disciplinary action, but I think it's up to the administrator to set those policies.
Typically in further response to what you're talking about, Trustee Radnovich, typically the HR rule, as I understand it, because I've dealt with this issue too, is that if you are in a critical position, and then you are required to carry a phone on let's say a weekend, as an example, that there will be a certain rate of pay that you would be obligated to pay in order for someone to be available. It may not be their full salary, but there would be some kind of on-call kind of, kind of dollars that would be paid for that individual. Now, the other part of it is that if those critical employees are in a management position, it could essentially be an expectation of the job, okay? But I think that's something that we probably want to try and clarify so that not every employee would be required to respond to a call when they are not in working hours. I think it would just be safer for the city for the municipality to do it that way. Okay, and certainly the administrator can define who is going to be identified as a critical employee. I don't know if that kind of helps at all.
I mean, it kind of sounds like we should defer this and give this more thought.
If we defer it, I really think we need to just solve this before the next meeting.
Yeah, Mr. Avila, do you have a
Item
comment?
2, if that is deferred, everybody will get an increase whether on probation or not. So I don't know if you want to defer the first part and approve the second part.
Everybody will get an increase. I see. If they're on probation.
Whether they've been here a week or a year.
Yeah.
If they're on probation.
This is what item 2 is about, so that if they're on probation, there is not an automatic increase until they're done with probation, that they are then eligible for increases, so.
Okay, so
So he's suggesting we pass, you're suggesting we pass item 2, if we defer this bill at all.
If you intend to defer item 1 in this resolution, then change the resolution to say, this resolution is for only item 2, vote on that, and.
Can we do that? Is properly advertised to do that? Okay. All right. Where are we?
Yeah,
So, Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, Trustee Radovich made a motion to approve this, and it was seconded by Trustee Benavides, so. Yes.
So we're talking about approving only 2 at this point.
Yes, so somebody needs to do.
So someone needs to do a friendly amendment.
So the,
I can't. Oh, I can?
Yeah.
Mr. Chappell, I can?
You would have to have an amendment and vote on the amendment and then vote on the main motion.
But he can do that.
So.
That's a question.
okay,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
So I would like to amend my motion to include only item 2 in the vote so that we have time to look at item 1 a little more closely between now and the next meeting.
I'll second it.
Is there a second? Okay. Okay. Okay, any further discussion? Okay. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yeah.
Trustee Radovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rano, yes. Okay. So that carries in. So we'll have to come back and deal with number 1.
Do we do the motion with the amendment?
No,
okay.
now you need to vote on the main motion as amended.
But we don't do a new motion.
Take
Call for the vote.
Okay, call for the vote. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yeah.
Trustee Radovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rino, yes. Okay. So the motion carries. Okay,
Mayor
so.
Pro Tem, can we do a 5-minute break?
Sure, okay. 5-minute break? Okay.
Oh.
It is 10:13.
I thought this was going to be a short.
Okay, so we're at D. Oh, I'm sorry, the time is now 10:18. Okay, so pursuant to 3-11-6A, NMSA 1978, subject to the approval of the majority of the members of the governing body, the mayor, in this case, Mayor Pro Tem, shall submit the names of employees to the Board of Trustees for confirmation. Makita Hill, Planning and Zoning Director, and Kaylin Dreyer, Farmer, Seasonal. Mr. Avila.
Hello? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, we have candidates that went before an interviewing process. They were recommended and for recommendation to hire, and then the mayor has submitted the names of employees to the Board of Trustees for confirmation.
Do you want to say anything more about Mr. Makita, or have you?
I'd love to say things about Mr. Makita, but I just want to make sure, can we get a?
I'm sorry.
I don't know if we had a motion. Yeah. Did you want to have a motion on that, or
Okay,
did you
yeah.
want to?
Okay, so is there a motion to approve resolution 2024-06-04?
I'll make a motion to approve 2024-06-04.
Is there a second? Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Mayor
doing
Pro
both at the same
Tem,
time?
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, my apologies. This isn't a resolution. I'm sorry, I think it was incorrectly added to Mayor Pro Tem's descriptor, but this is not a motion. This is a motion to approve the confirmation of the two employees. My apologies.
And are we doing both at the same time?
So I'll restate the motion to approve these confirmations of pursuant to 311-6A NMSA 1978 of the following two employees, Makita Hill and Kaylin Dreyer,
Okay.
for confirmation.
Is there a second?
I will second it.
Okay. Mr. Avila?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem, Board of Trustees. Mr. Hill was interviewed. We had two very experienced, qualified applicants, and Mr. Hill's qualifications and experience are set forth here. They impressed us on his knowledge, but also on his intention to bring in the community. And so that was what we saw that was really important in all the many questions we asked. So with that, our scoring was that we recommend Mr. Hill, and that was given to the Mayor Pro Tem, and now that hire is before you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion from the governing body?
So I'm just uncertain, are we doing, when we vote, are we voting for both Makita Hill and Kaylin Dreyer, or just Makita Hill?
That's correct, yeah.
Which one?
Both.
Both.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
good.
So is there discussion from the board?
No, I've known Makita for a very long time. We worked together at one point, and I think he was is an excellent choice. And I didn't know you were applying, Makita, but I'm glad you did. And so, yeah, I have a lot of great things to say about him. So I'm happy to have seconded the vote or the business. Yeah.
Trustee Kiefer?
So, I would be amiss, and my husband would kill me if I didn't say go blue. He's a University of Michigan fan, Wolverines all the way. So if you're watching, plug to you. Welcome to the village.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Kiefer, looks like I landed in the right place.
There you go. Party at my house on Michigan days. So that's how that works. But I had some questions. I can't find them right now, but I guess the only question that I really have is how do you kind of to Administrator Avila's point is, or his comment, I should say, how do you plan to bring the community together? Because I'm sure you've noticed, here it is 4.5 hours into this meeting. And, there are some varying differences of opinion, which is great because I think we need to have differences of opinion because we have different viewpoints, and healthy discourse is good, but it needs to remain healthy. So I guess what are your thoughts and what you've seen and your experience on that?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Kiefer, there are so many moving pieces to getting a community involved in planning matters, but I have grown to value over the years of my practice in equipping the Planning and Zoning Commission with practice. And sometimes that practice falls outside of a hearing when there are other matters that need to be discussed. Usually those settings are called work sessions. And so as a place to begin, the work sessions are where we can discuss these problems, not individual cases on individual parcels, but over the course of a year and 2 years and 3 years, what has been the trend in decision-making and what are the problems that have come along. And in a work session, the discussion is both detailed and broad, and it gives the Planning Commission and the community an opportunity to sit and talk in broad terms. It's an educational process, but I believe the Board of Trustees will find that once that process is engaged, many, many people will be interested in being a part of those conversations. And once the interest in the conversations begin, the interest in solving problems will come along with that. And then that information is conveyed to this Board of Trustees. But the setting is what needs to be established to discuss these broader things in addition to the casework that needs to be done. That's what I would like to, that's where I would like to start. Yeah.
Thank you. I look forward to working with you, and welcome to Los Ranchos.
Thank you.
And I look forward to working with you again. I also wanted to say something about Kalen. He seems like a good person to have taken this position. He's done some things that I think, he was self-employed as a farmer for a while, so seems like the perfect person for that as well. But I'd love to talk to you about a few things at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I had a chance to, to review the resume. I think that you're certainly an excellent addition, and look forward to working with you. And again, please welcome to the village.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you all very much. I'm very, very happy to be here.
Okay. So let's kind of call the question. Actually, we don't, do we have to take a, we do, okay, let's take a vote. Okay, so let's call the question. This is now to approve the.
To take back your welcome, right?
To approve both Makita and Kalen. Okay.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Ms. Kiefer?
Yes.
Ms. Radovich?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Reno, yes. Okay, welcome.
Welcome.
So this is our informal discussion, okay? And it gives us an opportunity to bring up issues that we believe are important for the village, important for us to all get information about. So Trustee Benavides?
Yeah, I wanted to, I think maybe I asked you this once before, Attorney Chappell, and this has to do with the self-insurance fund. If we need to tap into that because of the lawsuits and with Palindrome. So I get different opinions on this, but one opinion that I've heard more than once is if you don't do an appeal, then you relinquish any claim you have to the self-insurers fund. And I was looking for an opinion by you on that. Is that something you can do for us?
I can address that, Mayor and Trustee Benavides. What we have at this point is not an outright claim for damages or whatever. We have a reference in a petition relating to Trustee Kiefer that if it's turned down, the palindrome could be subject to a certain amount of it would cost them a certain amount of money. They've not made that claim against the village. We're putting together a sort of a list, a basis to see if we can get coverage from the self-insurers fund. But I have not had any information about how that relates to an appeal. There will be an appeal of the case, but I haven't addressed that. I will look at that as obviously.
So not that there will be lawsuits from Palindrome towards the village, but if there was, the self-insurers fund would be something that the village would require. And I just want to make sure we're not relinquishing any kind of claim that we would have. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're constructing to make the claim. I'm sure that will be taken into account, but that's something that's behind us, although Palindrome is appealing the decision. Well,
I know, but let's say down the road they were to sue for damages. Not that we're ever going to get there, but if that's.
We are constructing a set of facts to try to get an opinion out of self-insurance fund.
Okay, thank you. The other issue is, and I know Village Administrator John Avila has been asked many questions about this. I've had a few come my way as well. This is in regards to the article that was in the Journal, I don't know, last week, I think, about the county purchasing property for affordable housing. And and thank you for sending me that map to outline where that property is, right behind Sonic, which is not in the village. It borders the village, but not in the village. Of course, we should be aware that there is another larger piece of property behind Sadie's that is in the village. Not to mention, there is before I get to that property. So in regards to the property that we're talking about now, right behind Sonic, if we go a little bit more to the east, that is in the village again, and that's R3, no issue there. But if we look at what's behind Sonic, I mean, it's behind Sadie's, sorry. It looks to be about 5 acres. That's a pretty big piece. That's C1, and that's in the village. And here's an example of where the CAC did us a favor, right? They changed C1 to lower that density, and it hasn't happened, but that could happen. So I just want people to be aware of that. Thank you. That's all I have.
You read my notes.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, I was basically, I was going to bring up the same thing.
Okay.
I think we really need to kind of follow what's going on with that 1 acre. Because again, according to the city of Albuquerque, it's the MX-M zone allows up to 3 to 4 stories of multifamily housing. So that looks out onto village property already. Okay,
Yep.
and so I think we need to monitor what's going on with that.
Monitor, but I don't know.
I don't know if we're going to have any impact on it, but it's something that I'd like to bring to the attention of the county, because it is just so close to the other village residents.
And there is another empty lot just east of that.
Right.
That is in the village, but is R3.
Exactly, yeah.
So I had a couple things that I wanted to talk about. One was, I love the official committee idea, and I've started kind of walking on 4th Street, if you will, actually patronizing some of the businesses, and while I'm there talking to some of the business owners. And some of the information they've shared has been rather concerning, with lack of response from the village. And so Administrator Villa, I promised them that I was gonna put them in contact with you, so you'll probably see some introductory emails coming from me to you, with them included. But I think this is a great way where we could expand those committees into some type of business chamber. And some of them already spoke of high interest of even participating and or being, secretary or treasurer or whatever positions they need within that. But I think another good start to that would be maybe just hosting a meet and greet to the businesses, a public meet and greet for all of us trustees, invite, business owners throughout the village and give us an opportunity to put faces to names, because I think as we build rapport with the business owners, that also helps establishing that trust and that relationship. So, I kind of am looking forward to getting that process. They said that they've had many people come to them and then nothing's ever happened. So this is probably one of those that are kind of near and dear that I want to champion throughout the process. And I think it's just good business since our revenue's all GRT in this village. My second thought, and it's going back to my traditional, putting my thoughts down, is a little heavier, but it's something that I want to bring up and I want to implore my fellow trustees with, and you, Mayor Pro Tem, in the mayoral role as the administrator. So bear with me to keep my thoughts in line. I'm just gonna go ahead and read it, but I do want to make a request for an independent investigation in the Palindrome project. The prior administration entered into an agreement through a process that was determined to be illegal by the courts. This has created distrust in the village's elected officials. We need to know how this happened with a project of this size and magnitude to almost be completed without valid approvals. How did we get to this point, and how do we get to the point where we are hemorrhaging attorney fees? We're currently in a situation where the village is exploring whether there's a way to solve this matter, and we need to go through our process, which is what the court said we must do. If there's going to be an attempt to approve this correctly, we need to determine whether there are any other legal liabilities that may have been made. Because we don't want to spend more money, energy, and resources, and 3 months later, we find out there was something else that was done incorrectly by the prior administration. As we are currently only reacting to the lawsuits that were filed against the village, and that's what's being explored. This has nothing to do whether this project is going to be approved or not approved. This is happening through mediation and through its own costly process. What I want to do is ensure that we solve all the problems the prior administration created. I'm certain we can put it on an agenda item for next month's meeting and have a vote so the public can see where the trustees stand on accountability and government transparency. Or you, Mayor Pro Tem, could administratively approve this. I personally think this should be brought before a vote. An independent investigation will help restore trust in the village, government, and hopefully start to heal the community.
Trustee Radovich, do you have any comment in your general terms, not necessarily about what we've already talked about?
I'd just like to say a couple things. One is that I'd like to see the administration, your administration, at this point, to be more collaborative and more communicative. I've been, for the last 2 weeks, I've been hearing a lot of things through grapevines that then I find out later. And I know you're newly appointed because of Mayor Craig's death, but I'd like to just say that I'd like to see him be a little more communicative in the future. The other thing is, I would like to see us have a closed meeting or an open meeting about us so that we can talk about things that we have disagreements on, things that we agree on, and really try to start this healing process that I think almost everybody has talked about. And I think we really need to kind of push that by October 31st. No, just kidding. Seriously, I think we need to have a meeting together. I don't know if that can be closed or not, but just to talk through some things that we have obvious disagreements on.
Sort of a retreat of some sort?
Ooh, a retreat.
Something like that.
Just don't make me do a trust fall.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not doing that either.
I mean, yeah, I'd certainly agree. I certainly agree that we do need to do that, you know? I'm sorry, so I interrupted.
Well, and we can get out of the village if we want to, whatever, but I think we need to do it soon, in the next couple months or something like that. Tom, I can't even believe you would say something like that.
Okay, so.
Tom's offering to pay for it.
So Trustee Radovich, did you have anything else that you wanted to add?
No, that was, no, I think I'm good. Thank you, Mayor.
I just had a couple of just further comments about something that, Gil, that you had brought up about the Bernalillo County, property. That in reading through the text, they said, quote, "There are no environmental concerns related to this property." I don't understand that, because that property is on Vineyard. Vineyard is a very narrow street, okay? And in fact, I know some folks that live further down Vineyard, okay, who are not in the village, who are in the city, okay? They've got water problems and they've got some other things going on that have just been chronic over a period of time. So I can't see how they can stipulate in their paperwork that there are no environmental concerns. with that property? I don't know, maybe you have a response?
I do have some thoughts on that, and Makita, probably you do too. I'm guessing they're talking about the NEPA process or the process that cities, municipalities go through for approval that are environmental in terms of bugs and bunnies, like the biology of, are there any endangered species there, that kind of thing, or oil spills or some kind of land-based problem like that.
So they don't look at pollution type problems?
Not that well, yes, if it's say a laundromat that did dry cleaning, yep. If it's an old gas station, yep.
Sure.
If it's an oil field.
So it could be ground issues, basically.
But if there's like water drainage, those kind of things, I don't think that would fit them. Do you have any thoughts on that, Makita?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radovich, in previous reviews and approvals of surrounding commercial development, usually there are archives that would record the presence of a landfill or a gas station, whether the tanks were neutralized. Right. And so that, and having worked at the city of Albuquerque, I had a case like that where there was an old landfill and remediation was required as part of the project. So the city typically has those records, and previous developments will show whether there is an environmental problem.
Yep. Yeah, those are good examples. Yeah, so that's what they're saying. If it's like low water pressure or a drainage issue, that'll probably show up. But noxious plants or aren't gonna rise to that.
Yeah,
Mayor, I might add.
I just had some concerns in terms of what they were stipulating to.
Yeah.
One of the major things the city looks at these days is archaeological sites. So if they go in and see any kind of artifacts, anything like that, they will require a complete archaeological study by someone licensed. And if it's one piece of stuff, it's okay, but if there's some kind of a site, they will not approve it.
Yep.
With no other issues, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Oh, one other thing
go ahead.
that you did. Yes, just 1 second and I'll make that motion. Makita, not like your opinion of this. Some cities and municipalities have extraterritorial zones around them. Can the village do something like that if we wanted to have some say about properties that are within our extraterritorial limits?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radnovich, the difficulty with this site is that it's encumbered within other jurisdictions. And so an extraterritorial agreement would be very, very difficult, not impossible, but so difficult that it may be a challenge getting everybody just to wrap their head around what that would look like. The village trustees may want to consider something more along the lines of a memorandum that certain things are going to be reviewed and discussed jointly. The extraterritorial process is a huge structure, and it becomes a burden just to set it up and administer it.
Got it.
So in this situation, I would suggest avoiding it and seeking other alternatives that gives the Board of Trustees the flexibility they need to be involved in the project.
Good points.
Before you make the motion, there was one other thing that I wanted just to add. Okay, and that is that to just alert the community, again, that we're going to have 2 public meetings. One on Friday morning.
Saturday.
Oh, I'm sorry, Saturday morning, from 10 to noon. The other on Monday from 5:30 to 7:30. They're both going to be at the Ray Sanchez Community Center. The purpose of these meetings is to get feedback on some options that are being proposed by Palindrome in order to try and resolve some of the issues that have been essentially been addressed over the last several months regarding regarding phase one. And so I urge folks to come out and talk with us about it. You'll have a chance to talk directly with the leadership of Palindrome, be able also to spend time talking with your neighbors about their concerns and their suggestions for moving this along. So that's going to be on Saturday, 10 to noon, Monday from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Sanchez Community Center on North 4th Street. Okay. You can make a motion.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second that.
Second, all in favor?
All say aye?
Aye.
We're done, okay. Oh, it's 10:48. $7:30.